John called a soldier over. He gave the soldier his chalk and asked the soldier to draw the arena. He wasn't going to go around and do it himself. After the arena was drawn, Badass, Nameless, David, and Freddy entered the marked area. "So, which one will you take?" Freddy asked David. "I will go for the loudmouth," David said, referring to Badass. "All right," Freddy said. "Did they think of taking us one-on-one instead of cooperating? What kind of newbies are they?" Badass mocked. "We will show them how to cooperate," Nameless said. "They are a ranged attacker and a healer. I can't see how they expect to win this. I will keep them busy. You just throw your offensive spells to finish them fast." "Exactly my plan. Let's do this," Badass exclaimed. "No tools and no potions, okay? Is everyone ready?" Jack asked. He self-appointed himself to be the referee. "Any time," Badass uttered. The others nodded. "Very well then, begin," Jack declared. Once the signal was given, 3 players dashed forward. Only Badass stayed in his position as he started casting a spell. Nameless, who charged forward, was surprised to see his 2 opponents rushing forward. For someone with the Gunner class and the Druid class, he expected them to attack from range. He had used shield charge once the battle started to shorten the distance. Little did he know his opponents were also charging forward. David was now right in front of him. David sidestepped and ran past him. This surprised him again. Did the gunner leave the healer to fend for himself? Nameless wasn't going to let that. Even though David was a ranged attacker, he would have the advantage if he reached Badass before Badass completed his casting. Nameless canceled his shield charge and spun back. The mace in his hand shone. Following the glow was the image of a giant hammer appearing above David. This was Saint Knight's starting skill, Saint Hammer. David saw the attack. He summoned his shield drone and used it to block the giant hammer. The giant hammer was too strong. His shield drone was pushed. David used one foot to kick his shield drone, giving him a boost to jump to the side, but that also stopped his charge toward Badass. "Hey, your opponent is me." Nameless heard Freddy's voice from his back. Freddy's class had lower dexterity, so he was slower than David. Nameless spun back while swinging his mace. At the same time, he wondered why this druid engaged him directly instead of summoning the Treants. His mace hit the air. When he was still wondering where Freddy was, a fist came up from below and struck his chin. "What?" Nameless was startled by the unexpected hit. He saw Freddy then. Freddy was below him with a weird posture. Before he knew it, several more of Freddy's fists landed on his torso. Damage numbers came up above him. He was surprised by a druid who fought in melee, but he was more surprised a non-battle monk class caused damage without using a weapon. He had heard such rumors, but he thought that was it, rumors. He activated Paladin's Divine Armor and Sacred Flame. He also activated Saint Knight's level 60 skill, Saintly Resolve, a buff skill that enhanced his offense. He could no longer afford to underestimate the opponent. He then used Saint Knight's level 70 skill, Celestial Hammer. 5 living hammers materialized around him. These hammers assailed Freddy together with his mace. Freddy deftly dodged the hammers with weird movements from his drunken fist style. His fists struck the hammers that came near him. While Freddy took Nameless attention, David resumed his advance toward Badass. The interruption from Nameless had delayed him enough that Badass completed his spell. A large ominous gate appeared, blocking him from reaching Badass. Hell Gate, David thought, but the gate in front of him was larger than the usual Warlock's Hell Gate. This was because the gate was conjured using Hellwalker's starting spell, Greater Hell Gate. Like Hell Gate, it discharged a torrent of flames as it opened. From inside the gate, 2 hellhounds, 2 winged imps, and 1 wingless demon came out. Greater Hell Gate summoned random monsters of the underworld, but they were mostly low-level and low-grade monsters. David moved to the side as he dodged the flames from the Greater Hell Gate. While he did so, Badass completed another spell, Hell Ring. This spell created a ring of fire around him. The fire dealt fire and chaos damage to all enemies who approached. With the ring of fire, he was protected to cast his next spell. David used Bulletstorm, hitting the hell monsters that came at him as well as Badass. The fire from the hell ring didn't block the bullets, but they reduced the damage. As an experienced player, Badass concentration was solid enough for a few hits to not bother him. He continued casting. He was casting a big spell. Hell Walker's level 80 spell, Hell's Fire. This spell was divided into 2 phases. The first phase had the spell hit a large area and dealt massive fire damage. The second phase began after, where fire snakes sprout from the damaged area. These fire snakes attack all hostiles for a duration. The casting took some time, but he didn't worry. He was protected by the hell monsters and the hell ring. As he was casting, he was amazed when he saw David fight his hell monsters at close range. The hell monsters could barely hit David while they received multiple stabs and gunshots from the gunner. This was the first time he saw a gunner fight in a melee like that. While he was fascinated by the battle, he heard a growl from his side. He turned just in time to see a Barghest lunged at him. The Barghest was David's pet. He summoned it when he was blocked by the Greater Hell Gate. The Barghest went into invisible mode once it was summoned, hence Badass wasn't aware of it. It only became visible when it barged through the ring of fire around Badass. It received damage but was not too severe due to its flame shield. Bullet hits might not disturb Badass concentration, but being pounced on by a savage monster was another matter. His spell formation broke after getting mauled by the Barghest several times. "Fuck! Get away from me!" Badass screamed as he tried fighting the Barghest back. The Barghest was very ferocious. Badass could still endure due to his superb equipment, but he kept on losing health point. He forced himself to cast a fast spell, Demon Hand. His hands transformed into demon claws and he fought the Barghest with them. With the Demon Hand, he could keep the Barghest from disturbing him too much. He wasn't able to cast Hell's Fire, but he had enough time to cast Hell Walker level 70 spell, Demon's Shadow. When the spell was cast, an apparition of a flaming demon appeared next to him. This spell was similar to Berserker's ancestral possession. The demon apparition assailed the Barghest and kept it from disturbing Badass. When he thought he had kept the Barghest at bay and could go back to cast the Hell's Fire again, he felt multiple impacts at the back of his head. He knew those impacts were the rapid shot from a gunner. Several of the hits resulted in critical damage and caused the spell formation he just formed to fizzle again. He turned and saw David had approached just beyond his hell ring. His hell minions didn't seem to bother the gunner much. From that distance, David easily aimed at Badass fatal points. Critical hits gave a higher chance of disrupting spellcasting. David also placed himself opposite from his Barghest. Badass Demon Shadow could only protect him from one direction. Badass was not only troubled by the critical hits disrupting his spellcasting, but the damage from critical damage was also not low. Even with his exceptional equipment, he wasn't a tank-type class. His health point was down to almost 50% from those hits. "Damn it!" he cursed. He called his partner, Nameless. "I need help here." Nameless wasn't exactly having a good time. He hadn't been able to hit Freddy despite him clearly being stronger and faster due to the stat superiority of his special class. Even supported by his celestial hammers, he still couldn't land a hit. Freddy's drunken fist style was simply too weird for him to follow. He had been so absorbed in his attempt to hit Freddy that he wasn't aware of Badass' situation. He was only alerted after hearing Badass' urgent call. He hurriedly used his Saint Knight's level 80 skill, Heavenly Protection. At the first level, this skill created a barrier on a target that absorbed 50,000 damage. At max level, the barrier could be given to 5 targets and each barrier absorbed 100,000 damage. His skill level was high enough to provide the barrier for Badass and himself. Badass was saved from David's subsequent gunshots after the barrier covered him. Nameless also used Soothing Light to heal Badass' health point. Freddy used the chance when Nameless was distracted to attack. His drunken fist style swiftly changed to the praying mantis style. His body spun. His arms were like scythes slashing away the celestial hammers as he advanced toward Nameless. Before Nameless knew it, Freddy was already before him. 11:00, Freddy's praying mantis hand stabbed into Nameless. Nameless felt as if he had been stabbed by a spear instead of a human's hand. He didn't receive any damage because he was protected by his heavenly protection, but he couldn't fight the force. He was sent tumbling back. Freddy was casting a spell with his other hand when he made the stab. A wall of vines appeared behind Nameless. Because he was tumbling back, he fell right into the wall of vines. His divine armor prevented him from being entangled, but the vines were as if alive. They formed a fence around him and blocked him from leaving. This was because Freddy used mana manipulation to control the vines. Freddy cast another spell, Wild Stampede. A group of rampaging wildebeests appeared and ran Nameless over while his movement was limited. He could only rely on his barrier to tank the spell. With the protection from Nameless barrier, Badass again tried casting Hell's Fire. He believed nothing should be able to stop him from completing this spell now. While he was having that thought, 3 Treyants came barging through his Hell Ring. They received heavy damage due to weakness from fire, but they didn't care. The Treyant started pounding at him. Nameless barrier still protected him, so he concentrated on quickly completing his spell. He believed once his Hell's Fire was cast, the enemies would be finished. A grenade came into his face when he almost did. The grenade exploded. Nameless barrier absorbed the damage. However, David's grenade was not a normal grenade. It was a modified version, stun grenade. The barrier might have absorbed the damage but not the effect. Badass was stunned and his spell was again disrupted. When he started casting again, Freddy also barged in. His mana manipulation finger stab pierced the barrier. The barrier finally exhausted all the damage it could absorb and vanished. Without the barrier, Badass was ganged up on by Freddy, his Treyants, David, and his Barghest. Badass Demon Shadow could only do so much against so many opponents. Badass health point was quickly brought below half and Jack announced he was out. David and Freddy next went to Nameless, who was still hindered by the wall of vines. They kept on blocking his path. Seeing the situation, Nameless said, "A euro I yield," losing the damage dealer of the team while he couldn't move freely. There was nothing he could do. Winner, David and Freddy, Jack announced. Everyone deactivated their skills. Another day went to pat Badass on his back. "A euro, you don't seem surprised by this result," Badass said. "I don't." Another day gave a simple answer. "You okay, kid?" Freddy asked Nameless. "You are impressive," Nameless replied. "How do you control the vines like that?" "It is called mana manipulation," Freddy answered. "Mana manipulation, a euro? I thought it was just a make-believe thing." "It is not." Another day, Black Hole and I are already starting to learn it, Handsome Joe said. "But you are still lousy at it," Jet remarked, to which Black Hole and Another Day chuckled. "I did say I just started learning, didn't I?" Joe grumbled. "Can I learn too?" Nameless asked. "Sure. I will give you pointers if you want to learn," Freddy said. "Thank you," Nameless exclaimed. Umayuro, what about me?" Badass asked. "You are welcome to learn if you want. We will be comrades from now on, won't we?" Freddy said. Jack smiled seeing the scene. He said to Wilted, "I'm glad everyone gets along." "Yeah," Wilted agreed. John was the only one still scowling there. "Where the fuck is that Sailor Euro?" After the bout, Wilted gave David and Freddy unique grade equipment for their prize. She also asked each of the 24 players outside her group about their equipment. She brought plenty of high-grade equipment with her. She wanted to share this equipment to improve the overall battle power of the 24 players. Wilted's people gasped when they learned about the equipment worn by Jack, Grace, and Red Death. These 3 wore a full set of legendary-grade equipment. Red Death had reached level 80. Her armor was similar to Grace's, a set of sealed equipment given by the Goddess of Wrath. Like Grace's, her equipment also returned to its original state, the legendary grade. People who stood near her involuntarily moved away because they felt an uneasy feeling from her. A feeling as if something dangerous was stalking them. Wilted's gang was also surprised to find plenty of the players outside the 3 to possess 1 or 2 legendary grade equipment. Badass and Nameless no longer dared to look down on Jack's group. However, only Jack's closest circle had that kind of equipment quality. People like David and Scarface still mostly used rare or super rare equipment. Wilted gave them some unique grade equipment. So, I will still get the unique grade equipment even without the bout? David asked. Wilted only smiled in response to the question. Will finally appeared around an hour after the bout ended. John gave him an earful for being so late. They were ready to depart now. Whatever you go there for, good luck, Doman said to Jack. You are going to the front line. You will need that more than me, Jack returned. Master, don't push yourself too hard on the battlefield. Leave me alone, said to Doman. You have to keep yourself safe. Doman chuckled. I can say the same thing to you. Don't strain yourself too much. You are always overdoing it. Keep it balanced. Relax a little. Yeah. You should learn how to relax, man, Jack said. I don't want to hear that from you. Leave me alone, exclaimed. Red Death was talking to Wong, who was also there. Thank you, Master. With your training these past few days, I've improved much. Be safe, Wong said to her. Red Death felt weird hearing that. The old Wong would never say such words to her. Morong and Muilan were here too to send off for Winds and Grace. Make sure to watch each other's back. The two of you are martial brother and sister, Morong said. For Winds chuckled. I think she has someone more capable than me to watch her back. After a short farewell with those who sent them off, the 24 players walked to the palace's teleportation chamber. 23 teleported to the city closest to the Dorwin region, while Jack teleported to a city in Hydrorond. The reason Jack went there was because the Themisphere army and the mobile fortress had just arrived there. This army was now preparing the defenses along Hydrorond's border. Jack went into the mobile fortress and used his judgment of past kings. He then bound those kings to the chalice of blood inside the mobile throne room. Protect this place as best you can until my return. Okay? Jack said to Theroden and the others. Don't worry, young king. Leave this place to us. You do what you need to do, Theroden said. Yes, we will protect this place with our lives. Our Euro afterlife, I guess. Thebalder said. Hee. All right, I'm leaving. The others are waiting for me, Jack said. When Jack left, Jack saw many natives from the League factions were there. They helped prepare the defenses. Most of these natives were members of the Builder Union. It was a League faction unassociated with any of the players' class or auxiliary skills. This faction had members who could build independent structures independent of the country system. They were here to build walls and fences to slow the underworld forces. The walls they built possessed decent health point and defensive properties, similar to any defensive structure a country built. The Alchemist Union was brewing a large number of potions for the army. The Blacksmith Circle was hard at work in crafting weapons and armor. The Scroll Masters were making magic scrolls to arm the soldiers who couldn't use magic. The Trade Association was securing rations to send to the front line. With them providing these provisions, countries no longer needed to concern themselves with supplies. They could focus all their resources on training soldiers. 11:01, there were also runemasters from the Runecraft Society. They were people with high runecrafting skills and were experts in rune diagrams. They used their technique to add rune diagrams to the walls and fences built by the Builder Union, enhancing their defensive capabilities. Jack also saw the members of the Hunter's Lodge. These people went around and placed traps near the fences and walls. Their traps were similar to the ones laid using Technocraft skills, but theirs lasted indefinitely and affected a large area. From John's report, Jack knew the other League factions were also hard at work. League factions with battle capability were sending their members to join the fight. Those without battle capability were helping in different ways like the ones he saw here. The Alchemist Union was brewing a large number of potions for the army. The Blacksmith Circle was hard at work in crafting weapons and armor. The Scroll Masters were making magic scrolls to arm the soldiers who couldn't use magic. The Trade Association was securing rations to send to the front line. With them providing these provisions, countries no longer needed to concern themselves with supplies. They could focus all their resources on training soldiers. Jack watched the hard-working people from the sky. The scene brought him hope. With everyone working together like this, They might yet overcome this calamity. He didn't dwell long. He returned to the city and used the zone portal to teleport to the city where John and the others had teleported to. He then resummoned Pandora and took to the sky. The others had departed earlier, but his steed easily caught up to them. The rest of the 23 players were all exceptional players. They all had unusual steeds. The lowest grade of their steeds was super rare grade. But when Jack arrived, he still attracted everyone's attention. This was because his steed was the only one with the legendary grade. "How did you evolve your nightmare into that form?" Wilted asked. She didn't remember implementing such a feature. "Folks, we have a deadline to catch," John said. "This entire trip can be pointless for all I know, so it's best if we finish it as earliest as possible. If you want to chat, do it on the road. We will spend most of our time speeding. Rest will only be 6 hours a day." "You heard the boss. I will tell you on the way," Jack said to Wilted. "I thought you were the boss?" Badass asked Jack. "What did I say, people? Let's move." John's Kelpie galloped forward. The others followed suit. They traveled straight in the direction of Chris' coordinates. Thanks to Pandora's fear aura, most monsters moved away from their path. Hence, they could travel in peace. Jack was itching to stop whenever he saw new monsters, but John forbade him. Even if his steed could easily catch up to them, leaving would mean letting go of Pandora's fear aura. The rest would then get slowed by monsters who happened to be in their way. The day was not over when they entered the Dorwin region. They continued until almost midnight before they found a clearing and used that spot to build their tents. They only had free time during the 6-hour rest John allocated. John didn't demand everyone to sleep. Everyone was an adult already. During the first night, everyone took this lightly. Jet and Freddy coached Wilted's gang on mana manipulation. Jack, Grace, Jeannie, Arthur, and Spring Crown had friendly spar to hone their martial arts. Leave Me Alone, for wins, and Red Death trained alone. John warned everyone not to stay up too late. He then went into his tent to rest. After sparring for an hour, Jack and the others rested and chatted. Jack mentioned that he felt like he was back in the old time when he was on an adventure with a party. "We are on an adventure," Grace said with a laugh. "Yeah, but I wish it has been under a better situation, where the world is not at stake," Jeannie said. "No need to stress yourself on something you can't change, Jeannie," Arthur said. "Focus on what you can do. For now, hone yourself and go to this place where we hope to find an answer." "Spoken like a true wise man," Spring Crown said. "Are you implying I'm not?" Arthur asked. "Please don't misunderstand me, Master Arthur." "Of course you are," Spring Crown said. "I heard you self-learn your martial arts. I find that rather hard to believe." "Is that true?" Arthur asked. "Rather than self-learn. It's more like stealing. You have to be careful when you display your sword art around him, Master Arthur. He will steal it if you are not careful," Jack said. "If he can do that, that means he is very talented. I rarely receive a disciple because I don't have the patience to explain my teaching." Arthur turned to Spring Crown. "If you can learn my sword arts simply by watching, I don't mind showing it to you. In that case, I won't hesitate in stealing, learning your sword arts," Spring Crown exclaimed. "Man, you do have no shame," Jack said to Spring Crown. As they were chatting, Red Death approached them. "Jack, accompany me in training, will you?" she asked. "Oh." Jack was rather surprised by the request. "Wong taught me a few new moves. I want to test it to see if it has shortened the gap between us." Grace stood up. "He is too strong for you. If you need a sparring partner, I will be happy to." Red Death didn't even look at Grace. She said, "You don't qualify to." "What did you say?" Grace asked. "Uhayuro a quarrel." "Nice," Spring Crown remarked. "You are a pig." David, who was sitting by Jeannie, said to Spring Crown. Jack stood up and mediated before things went out of hand. "Look, how about this? You two come at me." "What?" Red Death and Grace both asked. Like Grace said, "I'm too strong. I have 3 classes after all. Even if you two wore legendary equipment, I do too. It won't be fair. If the two of you work together, Maybe it will balance our power gap. Jack didn't give the two the chance to object. He walked to an open space and took out two uncommon grade swords. Come at me. No skills. Just standard attacks. Grace and Red Death glanced at each other before brandishing their weapons. They then rushed at Jack. One came to his left. The other came to his right. Jack dealt with each using one sword. His sword's heart had greatly improved, Arthur said. I never expected someone to catch up to me in such a short time. His martial talent is truly outstanding. Yeah, that one I can't copy. It's not a movement art after all, Spring Crown said. It's not. It's more like a meditation technique. Do you wish to learn? I'm never good with meditation. Can't stay still, you know. I think I'll pass on this one. Those two work together rather well for rivals. David was commenting on Grace and Red Death. I at first thought something was going on between Heian and Red Death, Jeannie said. The two spar quite often when we were in Master's captivity. I guess it was just the need to train at the time. Those two rarely speak again after they are free. Maybe we should try matchmaking them? I mean, Jack is for sure close to Grace already, right? This will help him from getting distracted. While they were chatting, they were yelled at by Spring Crown. Hey, if you two lovebirds want to show a display of affection, can you please do it somewhere more private? What display of affection? It's just a hug. God damn it, David protested. Well, it still bothers people who have no couple. Have some empathy. Will you? Spring Crown returned. I thought you said you have someone? Where is she? Jeannie asked. Oh, Shayuro, she was someone I used to play games with in the past. She went by the alias Swang Drizzle. She was a very good ranged attacker. She would have been a good archer or gunner if she was here. I'm so sorry. How long ago has she passed away? David asked. What a euro? Hell no. She is still alive. What makes you say that? Spring Crown asked. No? What the hell, man? Why the heck did you phrase it like that? You made it sound like she is not in this world anymore. She is not. That's the thing, man. I've been searching for her all this time but never find a mention of her. I even used that Missing Outworlders Coordination Center. But they never found information about her. Maybe she changed her alias? Jeannie suggested. No. I don't believe she did, Spring Crown said with certainty. HMA come to think of it. I did hear some people claiming some of the people they knew were still missing after all this time. That is not wrong. Scarface joined them after overhearing their conversation. We Death Associates have a rather large member base spanning through multiple countries. We have found many of our members. But to be honest, a large portion is still missing even now. Even after we can travel to every settlement in this world. Do you think there is more to this than meets the eye? Jeannie asked. Spring Crown shrugged. We are probably going to meet the creator, aren't we? Perhaps we can ask about this while we are at it. Jack sparred with the two ladies for half an hour before he forced them to quit by throwing both of them to the ground. He then ran into the tent while claiming that he was tired and wanted to sleep. Jeannie and the others were speechless by his rather unconventional method of ending the spar. Everyone went to rest after that. They were woken up a few hours later by loud gongs accompanied by John's voice powered by mana manipulation. John knew everyone ignored his warning last night. He didn't care. They had to resume their journey at the appointed time. There was no exception, no matter how tired they still were. Most of these people ended up feeling miserable through the entire journey of the second day because they were sleepy. On the second night, most of them went directly to sleep once they stopped moving. John made sure everyone was aware that they were not on a picnic. They were on a quest with the world's fate at stake. Despite their rush, they still chatted along the way. With Jack around, it was hard not to. He got bored if it was a silent journey. He went around chatting people up. As a result, everyone got to know each other better. The group had a deeper bond compared to when they set out. Even Wilted's people were now more open to the others in the group. They were on the 5th day of their journey when they got close to Chris' coordinates. They had to stop because the path forward for those traveling on the ground was blocked by a large wall. The wall was very long. Its surface was decorated with strange diamond-shaped patterns. That's not a wall. Prepare for battle, Jack said as he and Pandora landed from the sky. Battle? The others used their inspect on the wall then. Jormungandr Eternal Monster, Reptile, Level 95, Health Point 5, 800, 000, Strength 12, 182, Physical Defense 14, 560, Magical Defense 11,240. Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent from the mythology? As they were making sense of the situation, they heard a rumbling sound. The trees shook. The wall in front of them shifted. Not long after, a colossal snake's head rose in the distance before it came to them. It hovered above them, watching. Everyone had their weapons at the ready, but no one moved. Uhayuro, should we attack? Giant Steve asked. Hey, Wilted. Why is such a strong monster here? Jack asked. Ayuro, I don't know. I don't remember ever inputting this type of monster, Wilted replied. Why didn't it attack? Joe asked. The serpent just watched them in silence. After a while, its head moved forward. It was slow, though. It was not an aggressive move. Hence, they all stay put. The serpent's head moved until it stopped right above Wilted. It then lowered its head. Stay back, Joe and Nameless both exclaimed as they put themselves before Wilted. The others also became tense. Wait! Don't attack! Wilted called. She pushed Joe and Nameless aside. I don't think it means us harm. Wilted took something out. Jack recognized it as the Chris memory stone he had given her. The stone was emitting a soft glow. The giant serpent watched the glow as if hypnotized. After some time, the serpent grunted before moving away. His body, which everyone thought at first was a wall, started shifting. Its lengthy body scraped the ground as it moved. After a considerable amount of time, because of the unbelievable length of its body, the serpent's tail was finally seen, and a path was opened for them. Why didn't we just fly or jump over the thing? Will asked. If you did that, I'm pretty sure the serpent would have attacked, Badass answered. The serpent was still watching over them as they passed. They felt surreal getting stared at by such a colossal snake. After they crossed through the gap the snake opened, its body shifted back into its original position. The gap was closed again. The serpent's head laid back down to the ground, hidden by the trees. Now, I understand why Chris said you need that stone to come here, Jack said. I don't think the stone is just for that serpent, Wilted said. The stone in her hand was still glowing, and it was now emitting a strong shine in one direction. Wilted was as if holding a flashlight in her hand. I think this light shows which way we should go, Wilted said and started walking. Before them was a dense bamboo grove. The bamboos were so dense that there was no space between the culms for one to slip through. We might need to cut these bamboos to make a way, Joe said as they approached the bamboo grove. Before Joe could swing his sword, the bamboos moved out of his way, and a path was created. Huh? They are alive. They are afraid of getting cut, Joe said. Afraid your head. Move aside, will you? John said and pushed Joe away. He then said to Wilted, Wilted, you walk in front. I think that stone is not just for showing the way. Do you mean the bamboos gave way to the one holding the stone? Jack asked. I believe that is the case, John answered. I don't think you will have much luck if you try cutting the bamboos. There might even be unknown repercussions. Everyone stays close to Wilted. Don't do anything to the bamboos. Oh, Hayuro! Joe stored his sword after hearing that. Everyone huddled close with Wilted at the front. After walking for some time, the light from the stone suddenly changed direction. At the same time, the bamboos where the light was now pointing moved apart. A new pathway was seen. I must say, Chris truly wants to hide this place, Joe remarked. What stops us from flying up and looking for our way in the sky? Peidoan asked. How about you fly up and give it a try? John dared him. Okay. A voice answered, except it was not from Peidoan. It was Jack. He spread his gold dragon wing and flew up, only to get a bump in the head from an invisible ceiling. Ouch! Jack yelled while caressing his pained head. John chuckled. Hee hee. I love having peons who are so eager to test my hypothesis. Anyone wants to try cutting the bamboos next? He asked. Nobody volunteered. The light from the stone didn't lead them in a linear path. They turned a good number of times. Nobody had any idea which direction they were facing anymore. They felt like they were walking through a maze that kept changing its layout. After almost 3 hours of walking, they finally saw something different the next time the bamboos gave way. They came out to a clearing filled with beautiful flowers. Nearby, they saw a small stream. When their gazes traced the stream to the distance, they saw a hut surrounded by lovely-looking trees. "Let's go," Jack said as he walked toward the hut. It didn't take a genius to know where they should go. "My god-eye monocle didn't work here. Are yours the same?" Padoan asked Jack. "John and Wilted." "The same," Jack answered. John and Wilted also confirmed. "Hey, isn't this Placia Cornelia said after looking around. Penuel had the same expression as her. She was looking around as if to make sure. The two fairies then looked at one another before exclaiming, "We are home!" The two then flew toward the hut with the lovely trees. "Home? Ichimayuro, I always wonder where they came from," John said. As they got near the hut, they saw the beautiful trees in their surroundings had many holes in them. Small terraces made of wood branches decorated the trees. They saw small wooden furniture like chairs and tables on those terraces. While they were fascinated by the miniature stuff all around the trees, Spring Crown said, "There is something inside that hole." Everyone turned to where he was pointing, but all they saw was an empty hole. "Come on, don't need to be shy. You can come out," Spring Crown said as he approached the tree. When he saw no response from the hole, he said, "Don't be afraid. We are the good guys." He stopped, turned around, looked at the others before looking back at the hole and said, "Well, I am the good guy, that's for sure. I don't know about the others." "Good guy, my ass. Weren't you helping the big bad not long ago?" Padoan protested. "Good and bad is only a matter of perspective, my friend. You people think you are the good guys by preventing Master from becoming a god because you think he will take everyone's freedom away. He thinks of himself as a savior who brings about order and peace by uniting everyone under his rule. So, both sides think of themselves as the good guys. Are you for real? He massacred millions of natives. He thought of them as mere computer codes. Hey, don't crucify me. I left him because of that, remember? I'm simply telling you his perspective. He never sees himself as the bad guy. All the tyrants in history see themselves as the good guys. Now move away. You are scaring the little one." Grace pushed Padoan and Spring Crown away. "Little one? Did you see something inside that hole?" Jack asked. "Yes," Grace answered. She laid her hand just before the hole. "We won't hurt you." Something peeked out of the hole. It was a tiny person, a mini little girl. Jack then saw the transparent dragonfly wings on the tiny girl's back. She was a fairy, a high fairy like Penuel, except she looked much younger. The young fairy came out hesitantly. She slowly extended her hands to touch Grace's finger but stopped before she could. Grace's hand remained still. The young fairy looked at Grace. Grace gave the young fairy a warm and encouraging smile. Finally, the young fairy touched Grace's finger. She then smiled. Her dragonfly wings flapped, and she flew around Grace. "She likes you," they heard Penuel's voice. They looked up and saw Penuel, but not only her. Flying down from the leaves above were hundreds of fairies. There were varieties of them, young and old, male and female. Many had different colors of wings. They flew around the group. They were giggling and laughing. Their voices were melodious. They were like a colorful parade with a pleasant choir. "You are from this place?" Jack asked Penuel. "Yeah, Cornelia and me both. This is the fairy village," Penuel answered. "You didn't recognize the entrance to your own village?" Padoan asked in disbelief. Only after they went through the bamboo grove that Penuel and Cornelia recognized this place. "We never went out," Penuel replied. "That's right. This place is shut off from the outside world. Jack turned to the source of the voice and saw a grandma fairy with silvery butterfly wings hovering nearby. Is this the outworlder the goddess attached you to? The grandma fairy asked Penuel. Yes. His real name is Jack, Penuel answered. Nice to meet you, Grandma, Jack greeted. What grandma? Address her properly. Penuel slapped Jack's head. She is the chief of the village. She is an elder fairy, the oldest and wisest of our race. We all call her Old Mother Hadda. I can't see how Old Mother is more proper than Grandma Euro, Jack grumbled. When Penuel was about to slap him again, he yelled, Fine, fine. Old Mother Hadda. Then, you happy? Haha. I can see you are quite close to him, Penuel. Hadda laughed. Now, may I know what business do you outworlders have for coming to our village? My apology for coming here unannounced, Wilted said to Hadda. But we were invited to come here. Invited? By who? Hadda asked. By the person who gave me this stone. Wilted showed Hadda the Chris memory stone. It had stopped shining after they went past the bamboo groove. It now looked just like a normal stone. However, Hadda's eyes lit up once she saw the stone. I see. So it was finally time. Come. I will take you to meet him. Hadda gestured for Wilted to follow her. She flew away. The other fairies followed her. They were flying toward the wooden hut. Wilted and the others also went after her. When they arrived at the hut, they saw the fairies dancing while flying around the hut. They were singing too. Hadda knocked on the door before flying in through the open window. Your people sure are an active bunch, Jack remarked. I never hear you sing. Singing is not my thing. Don't expect me to do it anytime soon, Penuel replied. Who lives inside that hut? Jack asked. I can't remember, Penuel answered. That's strange. Me too, Cornelia said. A voice was heard from inside the hut. Don't worry about that. I said it so you forget about me when you are partnered with outworlders. This Wuxia Euro, Wilted muttered. The door to the hut opened and Old Mother Hadda flew out. Accompanying her was a man in a simple robe. Jack recognized the man from the hologram projected by Chris' memory stone. Christ a Euro, Wilted exclaimed. Welcome to my secret garden, Chris greeted back. When Wilted wanted to go over and embrace Chris, Jack stopped her. She looked at him in puzzlement. Use your inspect. He is not who you think he is, Jack said. Wilted did so. Chris, Eternal Human, level 81, health point 3, 850, 000, strength 3, 150, dexterity 2, 920, intelligence 4, 110, endurance 2, 850, reflex 3, 070, wisdom 3, 830, physical defense 3, 480, magical defense 4,250. Wilted's inspect was at advanced master, so she received more information than Jack. You a Euro? You are a native via Euro? Wilted asked. Chris smiled. You are correct. I am not the Chris you knew. A Euro, or rather, my maker, left some contingencies in case unlikely things happened. I am one of those contingencies. What do you mean? Wilted asked, confused. I see you brought the bunch I asked for. Chris looked at the players who came with Wilted. You are the one we talked to from the projection? Jack asked. Come, let's find a more comfortable place to talk, Chris said and started walking. The fairies followed and continued to fly around him. They never stopped singing, but their voices didn't disturb the conversation. Their voices were more like soft background music. Everyone followed after Chris. They arrived beside a small lake. Some normal-sized chairs and tables were there. The place felt like a leisure park. A small bridge carried people to a small island in the middle of the lake. A pavilion was on that island. After crossing the bridge, they saw a large round table with 25 chairs. Chris sat on one while gesturing for the others to take a seat in one of the chairs. The fairies continued to dance and sing around the pavilion. Wilted took a seat next to Chris. The others just randomly chose available seats. After they were all seated, The fairies brought cups for each of them. Peidoan sipped the liquid inside the cup and found it to be an exquisite wine. When he downed the entire cup, the fairies came over carrying a bottle and poured more wine into the cup. From the number of chairs, I guess this place was set up for your meeting with us. Jack started the conversation. That's right. I've been waiting for you lot to arrive for quite some time, Chris said. I'm very happy when you two finally contacted me using that memory stone. I thought the projection from the memory stone was Chris' memory? Who are you? Wilted asked. I'm exactly that. As I said, my maker left some contingencies. One of them was something that was activated in case he met his demise. That something would be me, Chris said. When Wilted continued to show a confused expression, Chris continued, after learning about Apollyon's scheme, the real Chris uploaded his memory into one of the programs inside the game. That program is me. In the case his presence was not detected when the world turned, I am activated. Chris continued to upload his memory into the game daily. So, the only memory I'm missing is the one from the day he died. In other words, I'm the closest thing you have to the real Chris. You can say I'm created in his image. A sadness was seen in Wilted's expression. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I know you want to meet him very much. If it is any consolation, he wants to meet you very much as well. I know because I am basically him, Chris said. It's not your fault. I know I was expecting too much. Our real world didn't have magic like this one. If someone died, they died. They didn't come back to Lithia Euro. Why do you place yourself in this secluded place? Don't you get bored here? Jack asked, trying to change the subject. I have everything I need here, Chris answered. I have a portal that accesses all kinds of training dungeons, so I can keep up with average Outworlders levels. Average Outworlders levels? Aren't you a native? I'm a special native. Although I'm a native, I have most of the features of an Outworlder. I level up fast, and I am bound to the class I chose at the start, even if it doesn't show up on your inspect. I have the Priest Elite class. Elite class? I thought you would have given yourself a special class considering you are the creator. I mean, the creator's double, Peidoan said. Well, when my program was created, I was also given many limitations. One of which is that I can only get the Priest class and will stay an Elite class. The real me had the belief that absolute power corrupts absolutely. It prevents me from using my knowledge to give myself unfair advantages and cause imbalance to this world. Wise man, Giant Steve remarked. Unlike Apollyon, Jack added. Unlike Apollyon, Chris agreed. I guess we need to bring you up to speed about what he had done. He had a euro, no need to. I already know. He got all the divine treasures, and has activated the main stories ending where the underworld forces invade the upper world. Oh? How do you know? Jack asked. Like I said, I have everything here, including the means to see the outside world. Chris pressed something on the table. A large holographic projection appeared above the round table. In that projection, they saw an army of players fighting the horde of demons. At the center of the demon's horde was a crimson portal Jack recognized as the underworld portal. This is the underworld portal in Hydrorond, Chris informed. Hey, those are Doman and Wong, Peidoan pointed. A lot of the players are also our guild members, Jeannie said. Well, we did send our members to fight the demons from the underworld portals, while the natives prepare for the arrival of the main underworld forces, John said. The Everlasting Heavenly Legends was not the only guild doing that. John had called for the other guilds and many independent players to do so as well. The demons that came out of the normal underworld portals might be troubling, but they were not as powerful as the ones from the main underworld forces. By fighting these demons, players could increase their levels as well as stop the demon tides from causing too much trouble in the country where the underworld portal was located. This was at least until these underworld portals were closed. The image in the projection shifted. It now showed a sea of demons much more terrible than the one from the previous image. The demon horde in this image was marching. Many strong-looking demons were within this horde. At the lead was a devil they all recognized. The lead devil was Satan. So, you can spy on everything from here? John asked. Yes, I just type in the coordinates, and it lets me see events unfolding at that place. I can even type in the time, and I can see the events that happened in the past. Chris answered. Incredible? Can I use it? John asked. No. Only I can operate this tool. That's okay. I can tell you where to look while you operate it. No, Chris answered flatly. He shut down the projection and the image above the table disappeared. Everyone was looking between John and Chris. John said, My friend, we need all the help we can get to defeat the underworld forces. If we can look at the enemy's every move using this spying tool, we can better plan our counter-moves. I know, but forget about this tool. You are not using it. May we know why? I'm under the assumption you will be helping us against the underworld forces. For Wins said to Chris. Then you have misunderstood, Chris said. I never said anything about helping you against the underworld forces. Those forces are part of the game I designed. If you want to win against them, you have to fight them fair and square. Do not expect me to help you. Are you for Reala Euro? John asked. Why are we here then? Red Death asked. I invited you here to deal with Apollyon. They are two different matters, Chris answered. But Master is currently hiding behind the underworld forces. We can't get to him without defeating the underworld forces, Purple Mist said. Chris simply shrugged. Is the real him like this? Jack asked Wilted. Now you understand my frustration when I found out he knew about Apollyon's deed and still allowed it to happen, Wilted replied. You guys said it like I didn't do anything, Chris said. I have already reduced the difficulty by setting it so all the League factions join the fight when the final battle happens. That is your doing? Wilted asked. Yes, but to be honest, I didn't know Apollyon planned on using the underworld forces. I didn't even know he had deleted the main quest. He did that after I died. My original intention is simply to lower the difficulty. Considering this game becomes a real world, I want to increase the probability of the world surviving the underworld apocalypse. That's right. If the underworld forces conquer this world, you will also suffer. You should do your best to help us defeat the demons, Jack persuaded. Nah. Even if the underworld forces win, this place is untouchable. They won't reach here. Plus, I have another contingency. What contingency? Jack asked. The contingency is only for me. It won't help you even if I told you, Chris answered. Let me ask again. What are we doing here? Then, Red Death asked again. If he is not going to help, let's just leave rather than wasting our time. Didn't I already answer that I'll be helping you to deal with Apollyon? Chris asked. He turned to Wilted and asked. That's what I said, didn't I? I said if you haven't defeated Master yet, come here with 24 players. Didn't I? Fine, let's talk about how you can help us to defeat Master. Tell us, what do you offer? John asked. I can point you and give you the key to gaining the pinnacle special classes for each of you, Chris answered. Jack and John gazed at one another. As we expected, John said. Expected? Chris asked after hearing John's remark. What's the point of giving the 24 of us the pinnacle special classes? Jack asked. We get stronger, yes, but we can't get to Master with the underworld forces blocking our way. You already knew he had collected all the divine treasures. Didn't you? Which means he will become a god soon. Since we can't get to him, it is a certainty he will become one. What's the point of getting a stronger class? We will still be powerless against a god. Hee hee, Chris snickered. When I asked Wilted to come here, I considered she comes here when Apollyon already wins and becomes a god. The offer I give you, the pinnacle special classes, have the power to rival or even triumph against a god. Euro, why does it sound like I've heard that before? Jack mumbled. I don't see how a player with a pinnacle special class can win against a god, John said. Aren't you underestimating the pinnacle special class too much? Chris said. His tone sounded offended. You don't know about this pinnacle special class, so I can't blame you for underestimating it. I know pretty well about it, John said. Ha ha! Chris chortled at John's words. I know you think of yourself as smart, but please don't pretend to know about things you don't understand. Didn't you have this table to spy on things? Haven't you seen him when he used Time Sage's spells? John asked while pointing at Jack. I don't have that much free time to spy on just one person, Chris said. He then turned to Jack. You have Time Sage? Yeah. I told you I have multiple classes, didn't I? Time Sage is one of them, Jack said. Really? Chris asked. His tone sounded skeptical. His inspect only showed Jack's main class. If you find it so hard to believe, let me show you, Jack said. He picked up his cup and started casting. When his spell formation was almost completed, he threw the wine inside the cup into the air. He cast his spell then. The spell was Time Lock. The liquid hung in the air, as if a sculpture. How a euro? Chris asked. Even if you find the trial place by luck, there is a guardian beast which I set to always be much higher level than the average players. Unless you near level 99, it should not be possible for you to get past that guardian. If you truly don't want people to get the trial before level 99, you shouldn't have prevented the guardian from entering the trial cave, Jack answered. I simply kept the guardian occupied long enough for me to reach the cave. Once I was inside, it was unable to follow me in. Oh Hyuro, Chris contemplated. I didn't set the guardians to be unable to enter the trial place. I set it so they had a limited roaming space. If I gave them too big of a roaming space, they might end up wandering too far from the trial entrance, and some lucky fool might end up entering by chance when the beast was a Hyuro. Well, anyway, it's a fact that you have the class. Now that you know that we know about the Pinnacle Special Class, you can understand our skepticism when you said this class can defeat a god. Can't you? John asked. TSK. Just because you know about one class, don't act like you know the whole picture. Chris snickered. Do enlighten me, John said. When 24 players with the Pinnacle Special Class gathered, they had the power to bring about the Council of 24. This council had the power to strip away a being's divinity for a duration. Hyuro, I see. So, you want us to use this power to strip Master of his godhood and defeat him while the duration lasts, John said. Chris nodded. Isn't that a bit roundabout way to defeat someone? Jet asked. Can't you just set the power so it strips his godhood for good? Or better, just kill him once we activate the council's power. I can push a button and erase both him and the underworld forces, but what fun would that be? Chris asked. Anyone mind if I slap him? Jet asked. You can do that? Jack asked Chris. Do what? Push a button and erase all our problems. No, it's just a figure of speech, Chris answered. I support you on slapping him, Will said to Jet. Let's not waste our time, Wilted said. You said you can point us in the direction of the Pinnacle Special Classes. How about you do that, and we will leave you to your peace here. Chris turned to Wilted. You sounded angry. Don't act like you know me. You are not the real Chris, Wilted said. Very well then, Chris said. He again pressed a button on the table. An image reappeared above the table. Hey, isn't Theta Euro? Those who had been to Balgador recognized the image inside the projection. The projection showed the huge obelisk on the plaza inside Palgros's capital. Jack and Grace had visited this obelisk and they sensed the strange mana flowing through the obelisk. They couldn't make sense of it, though. This is the trial entrance for the Pinnacle Special Class of the Gunner class, the Celestial Commander, Chris informed. Normally, one needs to solve hidden puzzles that were laid throughout the capital before gaining the item to open the trial space. But even if one does, one still needs to fight the guardian behind that entrance. Now, who among you is the Gunner class? Chris was using his inspect to sweep the group, but David beat him to it by raising his hand. Chris then took out a small disc and slid it through the table to David. That will let you bypass all the troublesome puzzles, Chris said. Take that disc out when you are next to the obelisk. You will be sent to the trial space. That disc will also get you safely past the guardian beast. Normally, there will be 2 stages of trial. But with this disc, you will only need to pass the last trial. Why can't you just make it so we directly get the Pinnacle Special Class with that disc? Do we still have to take the trial? Jet asked. Where is the fun in that? Chris asked. Do you have to ask? Patoin chided Jet. It's my fault for asking, Jet said. The image above the table transformed. It now showed a different place. Jack and those others who frequented Themisphere recognized it as the Tower of Light in Themitis. It was a mysterious tower that was said to have been there since before the city was built. The tower was mysterious because it had no entrance or opening. No one had ever been inside it. This is the place where one takes the trial for Priest's pinnacle special class, the Keeper of Immortality, Chris said. He then looked around the group. Purple Mist raised her hand without being asked. Chris slid a similar-looking disc at her. That will let you enter the tower and get by the guardian beast. Whether you succeed in the trial or not is entirely up to you. Please understand that dangers come with the trials. Don't expect anything easy. This is the best of the best among all available classes, after all. That's why I asked Wilted to bring capable players. If you think of yourself as second-rated, you might as well pull out. Purple Mist grabbed the disc and stored it in her inventory. She didn't show any hesitation despite Chris' warning. Good, Chris said. Next to Euro, he continued to show one different place over another. Some were inside a settlement like the first two, most were in the wilderness. There was a place where all they could see were ice and snow. There was a place deep inside the belly of a mountain in Hydrorond. It was filled with hot-boiling lava. There was a place underwater at the bottom of the inner sea. When the image showed a place Jack knew well, the Valley of Tempest, Chris stopped and turned to Jack. He then turned to Scarface. If you have the time sage, what is he doing here? Chris asked while pointing at Scarface. Uhayuro, we don't know that you meant to give us the pinnacle special class. Jack feigned innocence. You just said to bring 24 players with different classes. Jack said to Scarface, I'm sorry. It seems that you won't get the pinnacle special class. There was disappointment in his eyes, but Scarface kept his cool. That's fine, he said. I don't care about him, Chris said to Jack. The problem is we need 24 players. Who here is a blade dancer aside from you? Umayuro, can't I get a second pinnacle special class? Jack asked with worry. You can, but to summon the Council of 24 to strip Apollyon of his godhood, we need all 24 presents, not 23 people with one person having two pinnacle special classes. It won't work. I don't design the original game for players to have more than one class. Mayuro, maybe we should have brought another blade dancer for a backup, John muttered. What now? Should we go back and pick up another blade dancer? Padoan asked. Wait a euro, Jack exclaimed, which drew everyone's attention. He stood up. He would be damned if he let another player get the blade dancer special class. That was his main class, after all. He used the orb of disguise and changed into unrivaled arcaner. Oh? You have a disguise artifact, Chris said with surprise. Jack didn't reply. He started casting a spell. The spell was double clone. Two other Jacks in mage's getup appeared. The true Jack then reverted to his original appearance. Time Sage. Jack pointed to one of his clones. He then pointed to himself and said, Blade Dancer. Will this work? Chris was massaging his chin. He said, Honestly, this is not following the original programming Euro, but I don't see how the system will void this attempt. I think this can work. For the record, I dislike this. This is borderline hacking. Your dislike is noted, Jack said. He returned to his seat. Show me where I can get the pinnacle special class for Blade Dancer. It's not your turn yet, but fine, Chris said and inputted different coordinates. The image of the Valley of Tempest was replaced by a place that looked like a creepy forest. The Lost Forest? Jack said when he recognized the place. You know the place? Chris asked. Yeah. We go there when we visit the Village of Peace. You have visited the Village of Peace? I'm impressed. Well, as someone who managed to get a pinnacle special class without my help, I should say it is expected. Now, this reminds me. Jack here got the Time Sage class all by himself. Didn't he? Jet asked. Yes. I already said I'm impressed. What more do you want? Chris asked back with an annoyed tone. What if someone else already got one of the pinnacle special classes? Jet asked. The whole table became silent after Jet's question. Theta Euro should be unlikely, the Guardian Beast Euro. Jack here did it when he was low level, Jet cut Chris off. What if others did as well? From what I heard, only one player can get this pinnacle special class. Am I right? What if I go to this trial and find out someone has already snatched the special class? Well, €1 if that happens. Then we are fucked, Chris said. This is some brilliant contingency plan you've prepared, Mr. Creator, John said sarcastically. He did put his hope on people stumbling into his puzzle to save the gods, Jack said. A puzzle guarded by an over-leveled monster which most players are unable to beat. So I said he is pretty consistent in placing his hope on extremely risky and uncertain endeavors. Are you talking about the Lizardman Blood Guard? I didn't find that monster difficult to beat, Leave Me Alone said. Fuck you, man, Jack returned. Whatever. Let's get back to the topic, Wilted said. Everyone could see that she wasn't in a good mood. Let's get this over with. We will go to the trial sites. If someone has already snatched the special class, then perhaps it is our fate to lose. Jet turned to Chris, gave him a look, and said, Way to go, dude. Chris shrugged. To be fair, this is all true Chris deeds. I'm just carrying out what he left me. If it's any consolation, I do admit he is an asshole. Give me the disc, Jack said to Chris. Chris took out a similar disc to the ones he had given the others and handed it to Jack. Like in the Valley of Tempest, you will find a hard time traveling through the Lost Forest. Without that disc, you will most likely get lost. That disc will show you the correct way to the trial space. Jack nodded. Chris continued distributing discs to the other players while showing each of them the place where they should go. After he handed out the last disc, Forwinds asked, How long will the trial take? Forwinds was among those who wished to return as soon as possible. He was a country's sovereign, after all. Many matters required his attention. Unlike Jet and Purple Mist, whose trial locations were in a city, his was in the wilderness. He would need some time to get to the location. This was already precious time spent. It is different for every trial. It is also different depending on your competence, Chris answered. One might take weeks or months or even years, but I dare say you should at least need 1 week to pass the trial. Really? I spent only like a second for my Time Sage trial, Jack said. That's right. I'm not even aware he was in a trial. All of a sudden, he is already a Time Sage, Peniel added. Chris turned to Jack with a condescending look. He said, The Time Sage trial is special. Others might see it as a mere second. But let me ask you, how long did you spend inside the trial realm? €1. Jack couldn't remember, but it was sure very long. He could even say it was his entire lifetime. He almost died of old age then. 1 week, Forwinds muttered. Dude, you are very optimistic, Padawan said to Forwinds. You did hear he said you might end up requiring years to complete the trial, didn't you? I don't have years. I will complete it in 1 week, Forwinds declared. Padawan gave him a thumbs up. Just so everyone is clear, once you enter the trial space, you won't be able to end it until the trial is complete. You either succeed or fail. There is no stopping midway. What happens if we fail? Jeannie asked. You die, Chris replied. Remembering his Time Sage trial, Jack didn't think the death from failing the trial to be a simple death. He refrained from telling others about this so as not to dissuade them. Everyone still wants to take the trial after knowing this? Chris asked. €1, can I drop out? Will asked. No, you will go through with this, John said while giving Will a hard stare. You are one mean boss. You know that? Will said. I thought you liked danger? I do. What I don't like is the prospect of going to war after getting this special class. Can't you give us clues on how to pass the trials? Giant Steve asked Chris. That will be cheating, won't it? Chris replied. Dude, we have a world crisis on our hands. You still worry about cheating? Jet asked. I've already given you the means to find the place, get past the guardian beast, and bypass the initial trial. I think I've helped enough. Wilted stood up. Okay, people. You have gotten your discs and the coordinates. Let's leave at once. May, do you mind staying for a while? I wish to speak to you, Chris said. When Wilted didn't answer, Jeannie said, I think everyone is tired from the long journey. Let's spend one day to rest here. We will leave tomorrow morning. Oh? I'm not €1. Ouch. Why did you step on my foot? Jack complained to Jeannie. Wilted didn't push for them to leave at once. But she also didn't say anything. She just moved away from the table and left the pavilion. Please make yourself at home. If you need anything, just tell Hada, Chris said. He stood up and went after Wilted. The fairies came flying into the pavilion after Chris left and struck up conversations with the players. They were a chatty bunch. Everyone enjoyed their time. The fairies kept on refilling their cups with the delicious wine. As time passed, some people started drifting out of the pavilion. They went strolling around the lake. The lakeside was fashioned after a leisure park, so it was very relaxing for strolling. Everyone pretty much forgot about the trouble in the outside world. Before they knew it, night had arrived. The fairies built a bonfire by the lakeside. Jack and the others sat around it while the fairies brought them meals and drinks. The fairies built a bonfire by the lakeside. Jack and the others sat around it while the fairies brought them meals and drinks. Aha, this place is a paradise. I can live here forever, Joe said. I can't picture you as a hermit, even in a paradise, Badass said. Hee, I'm just saying. This kind of remind me of my mansion in the real life. It has quite a view. I love a place with the view. Everyone loves a place with the view, asshole. Not everyone can afford it, Jet remarked. No one is talking to you, Joe talked back to Jet. He then turned to Badass and said, You are right. No matter how nice this place is, I will get bored eventually. Which makes me wonder, was that truly Chris? You know him too. The real Chris won't stand getting cooped up like this. He is not the real Chris, remember? Badass replied. He is just a native implanted with his memory. But he should have Chris' personality, right? By the way, what do you think they are talking about? Who? Badass asked. Wilted and Chris. They have been together since the meeting, Joe answered. I don't know. I guess they have a lot to catch up to even if this Chris is just a shadow of the real one. Not long after, Wilted came and joined them. Before Joe could say something, Jack barged in and asked, So, what did you two talk about? Dude, that is a personal matter. How can you be such a busybody? Joe scolded. Badass rolled his eyes at Joe. Joe had asked him the same question. He was pretty certain Joe would have asked that question if Jack hadn't. A bit this and that, nothing that concerns our missions, Wilted answered. Though he offered me to come here if things went south. That invitation is only for her. Chris came to join them as well. Do you mind? Chris asked Jack, who sat beside Wilted. Jack moved aside for him. I have no intention of taking up the offer, Wilted said when Chris sat beside her. I won't live a secluded life while the rest of the world burns. If the world falls, I will fall with it. Jet raised his hand. Since Miss Wilted refuses the offer, may I take the spot? Paydoin elbowed Jet for that remark. I have said it before, May. It won't be a secluded life, Chris said to Wilted. I won't tell you more, but you have to trust me on this. Just come to me if you have nowhere to go. You are saying it like we will lose. We won't. We will find a way even without your help, Wilted declared. Well said, Jack exclaimed. Stop encouraging her, Chris said to Jack. You stop demoralizing her, Jack talked back. Sayuro, all right. Tell you what. Once you people get your pinnacle special classes, come back here Euro then again. I will just set the disc to teleport you back to this place once you succeed. Once you are back, I will allow you people to use the training dungeons in this place. We have our own training dungeons, John said. TSK. Don't you consider my training dungeons the same as yours? Chris snickered. If I want to, I can use the dungeons to get to level 99 by now. I remained at this level because I chose to follow the pace of Outworlders' top players. Why you didn't let us use it before we took the trial? Shouldn't it improve our odds if we have a higher level? David asked. The trial had nothing to do with level. You will have the same chance of beating it even if you are only level 1, Chris answered. Jack thought about his Time Sage's trial. It was indeed had nothing to do with levels. Why change your mind? Jack asked. I think it's okay to help you people a little bit. You won't beat the underworld forces without beating the devils. To do that, you all need to be at least level 95 even with the pinnacle special classes. Even then, you need to work together to defeat them. With my training dungeons, you should be able to reach that level in no time. Thank you, Wilted said. Don't mention it, Chris replied. Mr. Creator, if you don't mind, I have a question, Spring Crown said. Just call me Chris, Chris said. I'm not the real creator anyway. I'm just his memory. Many of us have people we know who are still missing. We have looked around and spread the word around, but it doesn't seem like they are anywhere in the settlements. Is there any other place the people of the real world may end up in besides the 7 countries' main cities? Chris nodded after the inquiry. When everyone expected him to answer, he said, The food is getting cold. Let's eat them. The fairies won't be happy if we let them go to waste after their hard work to prepare the meal. He then took up a plate and started eating. Spring Crown and the others just stared at him with confused expressions. Forget it. He is like this if he doesn't want to answer. You won't get an answer out of him, Wilted told Spring Crown. Everyone continued hanging out around the bonfire after the meal. They chatted and joked around. Someone even started playing music. Joe turned out to be quite a musician. He borrowed the musical instrument from Will to play the music. When he played, the fairies danced and sang. Grace was motivated by the mood and ended up singing. When she sang, everyone quieted down to hear her song, even the fairies. You should have picked the bard class, my lady, Jet said. If she did, we would end up pausing to hear her sing instead of fighting, Paydoin joked. The festivities went on till almost midnight. John stopped everyone from staying up too late. He doused the bonfire and asked everyone to rest. They would all depart to their respective destinations early tomorrow except for Scarface. I've decided. I will give you people 2 more favors, Chris exclaimed before they left to rest. What favors? Jack asked. Chris turned to Wilted. You said you have people who can travel to the underworld, didn't you? Yes, 2 people. 3 if we include Jack. The 2 are now busy getting the portal closing stone to close the underworld portals. Good. Once they finish that task, send them on another run into the underworld, Chris said. What for? Wilted asked. Chris took out a strange-looking crimson key instead of answering her. Isn't Theta Euro? Wilted seemed to recognize the key. This is a duplicate. I kept the duplicates of certain things with me. With the underworld forces in the upper world, his castle will be unguarded. Whose castle? Jack asked. Lucifer's, Wilted answered. This is the key that opens his castle's inner vault. This key was the ultimate reward for one of the post-game quests when players already roamed the underworld after defeating the demon invasion. What is inside the vault? The fallen apostles' weapons, Wilted answered. The best weapons for each of the elite classes. 24 weapons are inside that vault. Best? Are you saying these fallen apostles' weapons are better than the God of Courage's sword I get from the Council of Virtus? Jack asked. That is correct, Chris answered. Jack whistled after hearing it. John. Wilted gave the crimson key to John after receiving it from Chris. John gave the key to Scarface and said, Pass it to Tip at Heavenly Citadel, please. I will send him a message about what to do with it. Are you sure you trust him with that key? Jet asked. It opens a treasure vault to the strongest weapons of this world. He can't go to the underworld even if he wants to steal the weapons, John said. Don't worry. I'm not that dishonorable, Scarface told them. Just know that we will hunt you down if Tip doesn't get this key by tomorrow, John warned. After giving the key, he turned to Chris. You said 2 favors? Chris nodded. I heard from Wilted that your guild has 3 guild guardians and is now looking for a 4th? That's correct, John answered. I've also heard what monsters your 3 guild guardians are. I must say it is a rather surprising coincidence. If you get a certain type of monster for your 4th guild guardians, it will trigger a secret guild enchantment. It will? John asked. He then turned to Wilted and asked, Do you know about this? Wilted shook her head. That's why I used the word. Secret, Chris said. How many secret features do you hide from me? Wilted asked. Chris simply chuckled at the question. What type of monster should we get? John asked. A bird-type monster, and I have a suitable candidate for you. Here, take this. Chris handed John a miniature cage. This is a duplicate of another special item I kept. This cage will allow you to catch a full-grown monster of mythical grade and below. You can then tame it to become your guild pet without a hassle. It has a 100% success chance, and you don't need to reduce the monster's health point. You can capture the monster even at full health. That's awesome, Jack exclaimed. You said you have a suitable candidate for this bird-type monster? John asked while handing the miniature cage to Scarface. Jet again wondered if Scarface wouldn't just use that item for their own guild. I will send you the coordinates, Chris said. After receiving the coordinates, John said, These coordinates Euro. Yes, it's the underworld again. But trust me, you will want that bird for your guild guardian. It is a large-sized monster, but it can even fight on equal footing against Titanic-sized monsters. I will take your word for that. John turned to Scarface. Before he could say anything, Scarface said, I know. Your guild will hunt me down if I don't give these 2 items to Tip. Don't worry, he will get it. We need to work together with the underworld threat looming over us. Good man. Jack clapped Scarface's back. Can't believe you tried to kill me when we first met? We have come a long way since then. Scarface could only laugh while shaking his head. It had indeed been a long way since then. Do you also have mana purifier in your special inventory? Wilted asked Chris. Chris shook his head. You should know a certain way to get it. I have tried. It is gone. Someone has taken it. The only way to get another one is through random drops or quests, Wilted said. What is a mana purifier? Jack asked. It's something that can reduce the corrupted mana in an area, Wilted answered. Never mind. Even if I have it, it won't halt the underworld forces too much with only 1 mana purifier. That's true, Chris nodded. Well, have a good rest, everyone. The fairies have prepared accommodations for you. Everyone, please follow the fairies. Accommodations? I only saw 1 hut on our way here, Paydoin remarked. Chris ignored Paydoin's question. He asked Wilted, May, care to sleep with me? Drop dead, Wilted scolded. She then walked away. Sayuro, she is still shy. Chris shook his head. I see he inherits real Chris bad manners, Joe said to Badass, who nodded for a response. The fairies took the group back to the groove near the hut. They saw in between the trees, several hammocks had been hung. These hammocks were made of vines and covered with leaves and bird feathers. Paydoin climbed on one. It is very comfortable, he exclaimed. Everyone climbed on available hammocks after hearing Paydoin. The fairies started singing a soothing lullaby after everyone laid on their hammocks. Sleeping under the Starseuro, I feel like I am back to my first camping experience, Joe said. Yeah, difficult to do that now with monsters roaming the outside. Have to always use a tent when sleeping in the wilderness. Enjoy it, fellows, John said. It will be a long time before you enjoy this kind of peace again. If we lose, this will be our last night for enjoying peace. The next morning, everyone gathered near Chris' hut. They said goodbye to each other as they prepared to embark on their individual journey. When they were ready, they walked toward the bamboo groove where they entered this garden. Wait, where are you people going? Chris called. We are going out to head to the trial's locations, Badass answered. He made his tone sound like he was answering a stupid question. That is not the way. Come here, Chris said and started walking in a different direction. Everyone looked at each other with faces that asked, Is there another exit from this place? Let's see what he is up to, John said. They all went after Chris. After walking for a few minutes, they came to a clearing with strange rock formations. What is this? Mini Stonehenge, Paydoin asked. Chris walked until he was at the center of the formation. There was a stone pedestal. He touched something on the pedestal. Portal appeared. They could see the scenery behind that portal. Hey, isn't that Heavenly Citadel? Jet asked. You want the person who doesn't go to the trial to go here, don't you? Chris asked. That will be me, Scarface said. There you go. Step through the portal, please, Chris said. All right. Scarface turned and looked at the others. Good luck to you all. Hold the fort until we return. Okay? Jack said. Scarface nodded. He went to the portal and walked past it. Once he stepped through, he looked back. Jack and the others could see him behind the portal, but from his face, they knew Scarface no longer saw them or the portal. He put his hand forward to try touching the portal he had just passed through. This is a one-way portal? John asked. One way except for me, Chris answered. He pressed several buttons on the pedestal. The scenery behind the portal changed. It now showed a plaza with a huge obelisk at its center. People were walking around the plaza. Most of them were dwarves. That's the plaza in Balgador, Jet said. Gunnar, what is your name again? Chris called. David, David answered. He gave Jeannie another hug before walking toward the portal. When he stepped through, he found himself on Balgador's plaza. The people on that plaza were startled when they saw him suddenly appear out of thin air. David looked back. Yep, no portal. He took out Chris' disc and walked toward the obelisk at the center. Back at Chris' secret garden, the scene behind the portal had changed again to a different location. You can go anywhere using this portal? John asked. Anywhere I want, Chris answered. What? Do you think I stay here every day for almost 2 years? Do you think I am a real hermit? So, you have been mingling among the civilians unnoticed? Of course. No sense to create a world if I can't enjoy it. This is good, Verwin said. This portal saves us from wasting time to travel to the trial location. One by one, they went through the portal as Chris continued to shift the portal to a different trial location. Finally, the scene behind the portal showed a row of dark trees with thick foliage covered by thin, ominous-looking mists. This will be me, Jack said. He turned and lifted a fist. Grace, Padoin, Jeannie, and John bumped their fists with his. Good luck, Grace said. Don't fail, John added. Don't take too long, Jeannie told him. Let's race and see who passes the trial first, Padoin said. Hee hee, Jack grinned. He turned back to the portal and lifted his fist in the air. I will go first, everyone. Let's meet again after we all pass. After stepping out of the portal, Jack found himself before the lost forest. He looked back. Like David, he saw no portal. Let's do this, he said and walked into the dark forest. Once he passed the first row of trees, he could sense the difference in the atmosphere. His mana sense had greatly improved since the last time he was here. He could sense that he was already under the effect of the forest's enchantment. He took out Chris' disc. It was now shining a soft gray color. Just like the Chris memory stone that used light to point them through the bamboo groove maze, the glow from this disc also shone in a particular direction. Jack walked in that direction. He walked for quite some time. From past experience, he knew this lost forest consisted of multiple interlocking cell spaces. His mana sense informed him he had moved through different cell spaces numerous times. He didn't see the rats anymore. Chris and Wilted placed a hidden clues where one of the rats led those who entered the lost forest to the Village of Peace. This meant there was no hidden clue to his destination. One could only rely on luck or using the disc in his hand. Similar to Time Sage's trial entrance which he encountered by luck. After walking for some more time, he found the mana before him to be familiar. After thinking for a short time, he remembered. This was the mana he sensed from the black zones scattered around the lost forest. The ones he sensed when he was in the corporeal state. He remembered seeing rats going into these black zones. He saw no rats here, which meant the spot was special even among the black zones. The other black zones were probably traps. He continued following the shining light from the disc and entered the black zone before him. As he did, he found himself no longer in the forest. He was inside a cavern with walls and a ceiling formed of dark smoke. Opposite him was a door. Guarding this door was an armored kobold. His hands held 2 curved swords. When Jack used his inspect, he learned that the kobold was called War Kobold. It was a level 99 eternal humanoid monster. Jack figured if he didn't pass the Time Sage trial, the Thurass beast guarding the trial entrance would have increased its grade and level to the same as this war kobold. Jack was glad to see the trial guardian. This meant the trial was still available for him. The war kobold just watched as Jack walked toward the door. It didn't do anything to stop him. He walked past it and pushed the door open. Once he passed through the door, he found himself losing vision. Everything around him became pitch black. Jack used his mana sense to detect his surroundings since he couldn't see anything, but he sensed nothing. "Peniel?" Jack called. He received no reply. Just like that time during the Time Sage trial, he lost contact with Peniel. He tried to access his inventory. As expected, he was unable to. He tried casting the illumination spell. He failed. He also couldn't use his other skills. No wonder Chris said levels are useless in these trials, Jack thought. He decided to continue walking without aim. Don't tell me this trial is going to make me walk around in years like in the Time Sage trial a euro, Jack thought with worry. When he decided to sit down and use his incorporeal state to scout his surroundings, he heard a voice. "Give up so soon?" Jack also sensed a presence that appeared out of nowhere following that voice. He turned around and saw a person there. Despite the surroundings being pitch black, the person was plainly visible as if light existed around him. Jack looked at himself. He was also plainly visible in this otherwise lightless environment. Jack returned his attention to the mysterious person. The person was a human male. He wore a simple tunic and leather pants. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground. He had a hardened face and looked to be in his 50s. His hair was disheveled and long. "You come here for my trial, don't you?" the man asked. "Greeting, honored elder." "Yes, I'm here for the trial," Jack replied politely. "Humph, honored elder? That's amusing. All right, let's begin the trial. Here." The man threw a sword that suddenly materialized out of nowhere at Jack. The sword fell clanging to the ground next to Jack's feet. Jack picked up the sword. He couldn't use his inspect, but the sword looked very common and unimpressive. "Is the trial a test by combat?" Jack asked. The man chuckled. "That is cute," he said. "No, the trial is not a test by combat. You only need to hit me." "Hit you? Like, hit you one time? Just a touch? Or am I allowed to hit you as hard as possible?" The man's smile turned wider. "Just once. As hard as you can, if you like. I don't mind." "Okay," Jack said. This took him back to the time when Commander Quintus was testing him. The difference was that he was a way better swordsman than at that time. Jack got ready as he waited for the elder to get ready. But the elder remained in his position. They just stared at one another. When Jack was about to ask, the elder beat him to it. "What's wrong? Are you going to attack or not?" "Huh." Jack thought he heard wrong. The elder was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. "Uhayuro, are you not getting ready?" Jack asked. "I'm ready," the elder replied. He remained in his position. "Aren't you underestimating me too much?" Jack thought in his mind. "Well, if that's how you want to do it, then I won't hesitate." With that thought, Jack lunged forward. His stats weren't reduced in this place, so he was still unusually fast. In a fraction of a second, his sword was already before the elder. Jack was fully focused on the elder. If the elder moved, his sword would change direction following the elder's movement. The elder wouldn't escape him. However, even when his sword was a couple of inches away from the elder's body, the elder didn't show any sign of moving. "Ah, screw this," Jack thought. He applied true strength to his grip, and his sword slashed away. "Ha!" Jack didn't feel any impact from his slash. The elder was still sitting in his original position. He never took his eyes off the elder. The elder never moved. There was also no slash mark on the elder. How did he miss? Jack couldn't believe it. Even if he was an amateur, he wouldn't miss hitting someone who sat still. For a sword practitioner with the sword's heart technique, this was even more unthinkable. "You are a good swordsman," the elder spoke. "Perhaps I've underestimated you a bit. I apologize. Nothing earns my respect more than someone who respects the way of the sword. Even so, You won't hit me with your current ability. Jack frowned after hearing that. He didn't miss. The elder had somehow dodged his sword. But how? It was evident that the elder didn't move. May I try again? Jack asked. You can try as many times as you like, the elder answered. By the way, may I know how to address you? You can just call me Maniac. Masayuro Maniac? Jack stammered. That's an unusual name for someone to give to himself. Enough talk. Give me your best effort, the elder said. Yes, Uhayuro Elder Maniac, Jack replied. He readied his stance. He was going to be serious this time. Let's see how you dodge this, Jack exclaimed in his mind as he performed the one-word slash. His sword traveled in a straight line with a flashing speed. A thin light slashed past the elder's body. Yet it was the same as the last time. Jack felt no impact from his slash. Good sword technique, Elder Maniac declared. However, it is not enough. Jack gritted his teeth. I don't believe I can't hit you, he exclaimed and used the burst attack of formless flowing sword style. 96 sword lights crisscrossed around the elder. It was as if a net of light had materialized, trapping the elder within it. But even with so many slashes, not one gave Jack the feeling that his sword had collided with something. He felt all his sword hit was just empty space. Is Elder Maniac an illusion? Jack thought. No, he sensed the elder's mana. His existence was real. But then again, the vision bending from his staff of Ilios could create an illusion that fooled one's mana sense. Jack put down his sword and put his hand forward. May I? Jack asked. He wanted to touch the elder to make sure the elder was not an illusion. Elder Maniac chuckled. Go ahead. But that doesn't count as part of the trial. You have to hit me with your sword to consider passing. Jack nodded. His hand moved forward and touched the elder's crisscrossed leg. The elder was real. Jack spent hours trying to hit Elder Maniac with his sword, but he failed every attempt. Tired and frustrated, he sat on the ground panting. You are missing the point, Elder Maniac said. Can you give me a clue, Elder? Jack asked. Just a tiny itsy-bitsy clue will be appreciated. Elder Maniac shook his head. I must say, I am rather disappointed. I have high hopes after your first slash. I guess you will be another disappointment. The elder stood up. Huh. Jack was confused seeing the elder's action. This was the first time the elder moved. Did his request for a clue angered the elder? It was just a small request. God damn it. You won't succeed if you keep doing the same thing again and again. Let's change the game a little. Find me. If you can, we will resume the trial. Find you a euro? While Jack was still making sense of things, the elder took one step back and vanished. Ha! Jack jumped to his feet and ran forward. He was now standing where the elder was a moment ago. He looked around. Nothing but darkness and void all around. No trace of where the elder had gone. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm already confused as hell from that trial. Do you have to add another puzzle for me to solve? This is fucking great. Jack turned a full circle. No reference points. Everything was the same. There was nothing. He didn't know where to go. He closed his eyes. Elder Maniac vanished after taking one step back. Maybe he simply turned invisible. Jack swept his mana sense around. His mana sense had a very wide range. If Elder Maniac was simply invisible, he should be able to detect his presence. However, he sensed nothing. He opened his eyes and made another circling sweep. Shida Euro, he cursed. He continued to stay in his position and scanned his surroundings using mana sense. After having no luck in finding anything for almost 1 hour, he started walking. No sense staying in one place and hoping for something to happen. He didn't know which way to go. He just randomly picked a direction. After walking for a few hours, he still saw no change in the scenery. Everything was still the same dark void. There was not even an edge to this place. He had been walking in the same direction, and he didn't bump into anything. Fuck a euro, this is worse than the Time Sage trial, Jack muttered. At least there was still a scenery during the Time Sage trial. There was absolutely nothing here. He continued to focus his mana sense while walking but detected nothing. After having no results for such a long time, he decided to go back to the most basic method of searching technique. Elder Maniaca Euro. Hello Euro. Where are you? Can you please come out? Let's go back to the I/U trial. I don't like this I find you trial. Jack continued to shout while he walked. After a few hours of constant walking and shouting, he got the same result. Nothing. Crap! He sighed and sat down to rest. He did not doubt things would continue like this if he just did the same thing. Based on his experience during the Time Sage trial, he could walk for years and discover nothing. During that trial, he only found a way to pass the trial after he discovered the essence of time. The Essentia Euro, Jack muttered. He had to find out what this trial was all about. Otherwise, he wouldn't get a result. He had tried walking aimlessly. That didn't work, so he had to try a different method. He sat cross-legged and let himself relax. Let's see what this place is truly like. He closed his eyes and focused his mana sense. His consciousness started to drift out. He felt his being expand. During the incorporeal state, his mana sense was enhanced. He could sense further than he normally could. He could also better interact with the outside mana. With his enhanced mana sense, he could sense that the space here was unusual. He explored further and discovered that he could connect with the mana here like the time when he was exploring the Lost Forest. He sensed that the structure of this place was similar to the Lost Forest. It was not a single space. It was a lot of small spaces linked to each other. But this place was much more complex than the Lost Forest because the small spaces kept moving. It was like a vast assemblage of compartments that randomly changed places. I don't even need to touch the space's edge to connect to the mana of this space. Jack thought. Maybe this is the advancement for training how to camouflage my mana with the foreign mana. Euro. As he let his mana sense merge with this space's mana, he could sense further and further. He sensed a unique presence in one of the spaces. Found you! Jack exclaimed in his mind. After locking into that unique presence, he identified it as the mana signature of Elder Maniac. When he was about to return to his body to start navigating towards the space the Elder Maniac was in, the space where the Elder Maniac was suddenly changed places. What a Euro! He remembered now about the special characteristics of this place. The compartment spaces kept on moving around. It never stayed in one place. The space where Elder Maniac was in had now changed places to someplace completely different. Jack stayed and waited. In less than a minute, the space changed positions again. The Elder Maniac was at another place now. Fuck a Euro! Jack cursed in his mind. With such a short interval, there was not enough time for him to return to his body and travel to the space where the Elder Maniac was. What kind of trial is this? He thought. Should he just wander around until he luckily stumbled upon the space where the Elder Maniac was? He would rely entirely on his luck if that was the case. That couldn't be the essence of this trial, could it? Jack continued to stay in his incorporeal state and monitored the spaces. The interval never shortened. It was never more than a minute before the spaces changed places. He would need extreme speed to cover the distance in that short interval. A speed that he didn't possess even with his high dexterity stat. Jack lost track of time as he monitored the spaces. He finally decided to return to his body after he felt his link with his physical self getting weakened. When he was about to enter his body, he experienced a strange sensation. Since he entered the incorporeal state, he had sensed this place to be unusual. This place was unlike the outside world. He accommodated that sensation to this place's special structures of having the multiple compartment spaces that kept on moving around. Now that he had averted his attention from those compartment spaces, he noticed that strange sensation had nothing to do with them. He stopped and honed his senses on this strange sensation. There is another layer of space. It was hidden. Jack couldn't spend much time examining this finding. His consciousness had to return to his body. It would be some time before he could do the incorporeal state again. He focused his mana sense to detect the irregularity he had just found. His mana sense might not be as enhanced as during his incorporeal state, but after being aware of the secret layer, he could subtly sense its existence. It was very faint, though. He was as if trying to grasp the air. He didn't give up. He had no other clues after all. He believed this extra layer of space to be significant, could be the key to pass this trial. He spent hours trying to lock onto this secret layer of space without much luck. When he felt he had rested enough, he re-entered the incorporeal state. In that state, the secret layer felt much more tangible. He no longer spared his attention to track Elder Maniac's presence. Instead, he focused his attention on this extra layer of space. Little by little, he familiarized himself with the secret space. He noticed then that although he could better sense the secret layer, he couldn't interact with it. He had to return to his body and use mana manipulation before he could. So, he alternated between the incorporeal state and physical body, studying the secret space during the incorporeal state and interacting with the secret space when he was in his physical body. When interacting with the secret space, he used the same technique as when he was interacting with the chalice of blood. He camouflaged his mana to blend with the mana from the secret space. As he did, he gained a better understanding of the secret space. He didn't remember how many cycles it had been. He had slept 2 times due to getting tired. This should mean it had been at least 3 days by now. On this 3rd day, he finally got a better picture of the secret space. The secret space was a layer of space parallel to the normal space, but its shape was not constant. Using mana manipulation, he could somehow influence its shape. He could distort it to make it change size. Yet, its relationship to the normal space didn't change. As he learned the characteristics of this secret space, he understood what it was. He had heard about this space from science fiction movies and games. It was hyperspace, a space that could be distorted to bring 2 faraway points in normal space close to each other, closer than they actually were. What were Chris' thoughts when he added this science fiction trope inside a fantasy game was beyond him. But now that he knew the nature of the secret space, he knew how he could make use of it. His mana manipulation delved deeper into the secret space. As it did, he knew he could influence it further. He could create a wormhole via this hyperspace. This would be the means to catch Elder Maniac whose position kept changing. After knowing what he had to do, things became easier. He no longer went into his incorporeal state. He had enough study of the mana in the hyperspace. He stayed in his physical state and focused on interacting with this hyperspace. He inserted his mana and had them influence the mana in the hyperspace. He pulled the hyperspace using his mana and forced them to shrink. He then made an imaginary tunnel within that shrunk space. The hyperspace was a parallel space to the normal one. Using mana manipulation to interact with it, he could step into this parallel space. He did so. The imaginary tunnel he had formed had its one end directly over him. When he stepped into the hyperspace, he entered this tunnel. With a second step, he came out on the other side of the tunnel. He looked around. There was no landmark, so under normal circumstances, he shouldn't be able to tell if he had changed places. However, he had mana sense. He knew he had traveled a great deal of distance in just those 2 steps. "Great!" Jack exclaimed. Now, he just needed to familiarize himself to form the wormhole fast enough before Elder Maniac changed positions. He no longer needed to enter the incorporeal state. When he interacted with the hyperspace, he could shrink the space enough so everything was within his mana sense's scope. Since the hyperspace was parallel to the real space, Elder Maniac's presence was now also within his mana sense's range. He spent what he thought to be half a day to practice. After he had the required speed, he homed in his mana sense on Elder Maniac's presence. He waited until the Elder changed positions. He then went to work. He formed the wormhole between his position and the Elder Maniac's. He then stepped into this wormhole. He came back out into the normal space, and Elder Maniac was right next to him. The Elder looked at him with a flat face, but Jack could see the glint of surprise in the Elder's eyes. "Well done," the Elder said. "You learned much faster than I expected. Perhaps my hope wasn't wrongly placed." "Hee. So, do I pass?" Jack asked with a grin. Elder Maniac answered by sitting cross-legged on the ground. "Hit me," he said. Jack still had the common sword Elder Maniac gave him. He was now holding the sword as he got into a ready stance. "Are you ready?" Jack asked. I'm always ready. Anytime you like, Elder Maniac replied. Jack lunged forward and slashed. He was doing a normal slash. The same as before, he sensed no impact from his slash. You are still doing the same thing. Perhaps you haven't learned enough, Elder Maniac said with a disappointed tone. Jack didn't respond to the Elder's criticism. He was contemplating. He expected his slash to fail. He was doing it to understand the true nature of Elder Maniac's defense mechanism. After being aware of the existence of the hyperspace inside this trial, he could sense what was truly going on during his slash. To confirm a theory, he made another attack. It was a thrust now instead of a slash. The tip of his sword headed to Elder Maniac's chest. He was just a bit over a meter apart from the Elder. If he extended his arm, the length of his sword should pierce the Elder's body and go out the back. Yet, the tip of his sword never touched the Elder's body. It remained an inch away from the Elder's body, even after he had fully extended his arm. What the Elder did was reverse what Jack had done earlier to the hyperspace. While Jack shrunk the hyperspace to cover the distance between him and the Elder Maniac, the Elder expanded the space and made the distance between him and Jack's sword farther than it actually was. No matter how many times Jack slashed, his swords would never touch Elder Maniac. This was because there was a vast expanse of parallel space separating him and the Elder. You are manipulating the space around you, Jack said. Elder Maniac grinned after hearing Jack's words. Good. Now, what are you going to do about it? He asked. Jack didn't answer. He took a step back and closed his eyes. As he did, his mana spread out into the hyperspace. He could sense the Elder also had his mana over this hyperspace. Their mana vied for dominance over the parallel space. This went on for some time. If someone saw the two, they would just see two people staying still like statues. But behind the scenes, a mental war was raging between the two inside the hyperspace. The Elder's mana was immense, but Jack's was no pushover. His diligent training had brought his mana manipulation to an extreme height. He was also backed by his mana affinity talent. Combined with his technique of camouflaging mana, he slowly overpowered the Elder's mana and exerted dominance over the hyperspace. He made his slash. He was not even close to the Elder when he did the slash. His sword was physically away from Elder Maniac. But when he completed his slash, a clear cut appeared in the Elder's tunic. Behind the cut tunic, a red line was seen on Elder Maniac's skin. Jack opened his eyes then. Elder Maniac was looking at him with a smile. Very good, my successor. I'm glad someone as talented as you is the one who bears my legacy. From now on, you will be the next Void Sword Saint. At the same time, Jack heard a notification. Congratulations on passing the trial. Your Brave Swordsmaster class has changed to Void Sword Saint. Success! Jack clenched his fist and made a victory pose. He then noticed the Elder Maniac was still there, looking at him with a weird expression. Eehee, I was just getting excited, Jack said awkwardly. Anyway, my task here is done. When you wish to leave, you can use the void space to leave. The void space? Jack asked. It's the other space we did battle earlier, Elder Maniac answered. Oh, the hyperspace, Jack thought. I will take my leave. Congratulations again for passing the trial. Wait, does this void space exist outside? Jack asked before the Elder disappeared. No, void space only existed in this trial space to help the successor of Void Sword Saint understand the fundamentals of space. I see. Jack was disappointed but not surprised. If the hyperspace existed, he would have sensed its existence at one point in time. This meant he couldn't use it to cover vast distances or stop attacks as the Elder did. It would be cool if he could, but also game-breaking. He understood why Chris only limited the hyperspace in this trial. If there is nothing more, I will leave now, Elder Maniac said. Jack gave the Elder a polite bow. Thank you, Elder, for your trial and guidance. I will not disrespect your legacy. Elder Maniac nodded. He then vanished. Jack was all alone now in this pitch-black trial space. He closed his eyes and sent his attention into the hyperspace again. There was now a kind of gate at the center of the hyperspace. He supposed that would be the exit. But before he exited this space, he wanted to check his new class first. It was a pity that he lost the Brave Swordsmaster class. He was rather fond of its skills. He could no longer use Brave Slash, Swords of the Brave, Dances of the Brave, and Realms of the Sword God. There was still one more skill for this class when he reached level 90. He guessed he would never find out now. He opened his status page and went to the class section. He also lost all the passive skills from Brave Swordsmaster but received new ones from Void Sword Saint. As a first-class special class, Brave Swordsmaster gave 4 passive skills. The Void Sword Saint gave Jack 5 passive skills. Strength, Dexterity, Reflex plus 20%, Damage, Attack Speed, Critical Chance, and Critical Damage using Sword plus 20%, 5% chance for attacks using swords to ignore 50% defense, 2% chance for attacks using swords to bypass protective skills or spells, the range of all sword skills plus 25% from Void Sword Saint's passive abilities. Jack thought this pinnacle class was more offense-oriented compared to Brave Swordsmaster. He lost the endurance boost and the chance to reduce damage, but he packed a lot more punch from the passive skills of Void Sword Saint. Penuel materialized next to him. After the trial ended, the limitations during the trial were lifted. Jack could also access his equipment. "Luckily, you didn't take too long," Penuel said. "I had been locked inside my hidden dimension. I could see you during the trial but couldn't do anything else. Anyway, congratulations on passing the trial." "Thank you," Jack said and took out his Stormbreaker. He started slashing around. Once in a while, his sword created some sort of a tear in the air. He had seen this before. It was similar to the effect caused by Azariltha's void-tearing claws. He figured when his sword created this effect was the time the ignore defense was triggered. He channeled mana manipulation and continued slashing. The void tears were more frequent. It was possible to increase the chance using mana manipulation. The chance to bypass protective skills and spells was also very useful. It would be like having a passive ghost sword skill. The chance of it triggering was very small, though. He went back to his status page and checked his skill page. The skills from Brave Swordsmaster had been replaced by a series of new skills. Their levels and stars followed previous Brave Swordsmaster skills. Void Slash, level 2020, active skill. Range, requires sword, star 2, deals 2000% physical damage and ignores the target's defense. Plus 50% critical chance and plus 100% critical damage. 30% chance of causing bleed and weakness. High chance of wounding the opponent. Range, 34 meters. Cooldown, 2 minutes 48 seconds. Stamina, 200. Void Walk, level 20/20ths. Active skill. Star, 1. Teleport to a maximum distance of 20 meters. Teleports up to 5 times. Causes the space around the destination to become unstable. All enemies in a 2-meter radius are stunned for 1 second. Can teleport through a barrier that normally blocks teleportation. The skill ends if the next teleport isn't triggered within 5 seconds after the last teleport. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Stamina, 150. Void Defense, level 20/20, active skill. Star, 10. Turns the space around the user into a malleable space. The user can manipulate the space at will. Duration, 30 seconds. Radius, 2 meters. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Stamina, 300. Void Cage, level 20/20, active skill. Range, requires sword, star, 10. Tears the space of a 100-meter radius area into a dimension filled with chaotic energies. All within the area receive 200% chaos damage each second. Everyone within the affected area received a strong pull. Those who escape the affected area receive 1000% chaos damage and are afflicted by disoriented status. Those who remain in the area after the skill ends receive 2000% chaos damage and are afflicted by confused status. Range, 200 meters. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 hours. Stamina, 400. Void Slash was similar to Brave Slash. It dealt the same percentage of damage and had the chance to wound the target, but it was a range attack with a higher critical chance and completely ignored defense. The star upgrade of Void Slash affects range and cooldown, is it? Jack asked Penuel. Yes, Each star increases Void/'s range by 2 meters and reduces its cooldown by 6 seconds, Penuel answered. I have the passive skill of increasing all the range of a sword skill by 25%. This meant this Void/ had a range of 42.5 meters. Jack gave the skill a demonstration. He slashed while using the skill. He saw a tear happen in the space some distance away. The tear appeared instantly once he completed his slash. This meant Void/ not only ignored defense but was also virtually unblockable. Unless the target had acute mana sense and was extremely fast, this skill would also be very difficult to dodge. Jack turned to the second skill. After reading its description, he found he liked this Void Walk very much. It was like teleportation without casting time. Its distance was shorter than the teleportation spell, but teleporting 5 times using Void Walk covered a distance of 100 meters. It didn't lose too much to the teleportation spell. It could also bypass a barrier that otherwise blocked teleportation. You should know, this doesn't mean you can get past all barriers, Penuel informed. It doesn't, Jack asked. Every barrier has different powers. The star upgrades of this skill give it a stronger power in passing through a barrier. So, if you want to truly be able to pass through any barrier, you should upgrade it to its 10 stars. I see. Thanks for the info, Jack said. Aside from the power to penetrate barriers, Void Walk star upgrades also increase the instability that occurs when you teleport. Some enemies with high endurance are very hard to be stunned. By upgrading its stars, enemies will have a hard time resisting its stun effect. When Jack read the description of the third skill, he said, "Hey, this is what Elder Maniac did to stop my slash from hitting him. With this skill, I can achieve the same feat in the outside world. Nothing will be able to hit me. Nothing except skills or spells that take effect directly on the target," Penuel countered. For example, your Void Slash, the Peerless Slash from your weapon skill, or Hope's Light. Those skills don't traverse a distance to hit the target. They just appeared directly on the target. Hence, Void Defense is useless against those types of skills. But those types of skills are rare. I can pretty much stop any other skills. Even one that causes AoE damage. That's true, Penuel agreed. The last skill was an AoE offensive skill that affected a very large area. It didn't lock the enemies inside the area, but it did slow them down from escaping. If he could keep the enemy throughout the skill's entire duration, the accumulated damage combined with its final damage would be massive. All in all, he was satisfied by his gains. The Pinnacle Special Class truly doesn't disappoint, Jack remarked. You don't say, Penuel said. Let's go out, Jack said. He interacted with the hyperspace and stepped into it. He went directly to the gate at the center. Once he did, he found himself outside the Lost Forest. Jack closed his eyes. He opened them again after a while. Yeah, there is no hyperspace outside here, he said. Hey, the disk is glowing, Penuel said. She could see into Jack's inventory. Currently, Chris' disk inside the inventory is gleaming. It became brighter with each second. Jack took the disk out. A display box appeared. The texts inside the display box asked him if he wanted to return to Chris' secret garden. What the euro there is only a yes option. What kind of request doesn't give people the choice to say no? Jack complained. The kind that comes from the creator, I guess, Penuel said. When Jack was still speaking with Penuel, the yes button on the display box suddenly shone. It was as if someone had pressed it. Fuck. Why bother asking then? Jack cursed as a flash of light enveloped him. He found himself at the pavilion by the lake inside Chris' secret garden. Chris was sipping tea inside that pavilion. Above the round table was an image projection. Wilted was seen inside that projection. She was climbing some sort of winding stairs. Jack's sudden arrival startled Chris. He did a spit take out of surprise. He quickly pushed the button on the table and the projection vanished. Hey, are you spying on Wilted? Jack asked. Don't make it sound so bad. I was watching over her, Chris answered. Jack wanted to say, then why did you act like a burglar getting caught? But he decided not to tease the guy. You euro so fast? It has only been 4 days, Chris exclaimed after realizing what it meant for Jack to be there. Yeah. I do remember you said the trial should last at least 1 week, Jack said. I was being generous by saying 1 week. I never believe anyone can do that. At most, I think 2 weeks is the fastestiero, not to mention, aside from Time Sage, the trial for Void Sword Saint is the hardest among the 24 pinnacle special classes. Damn, man. So, I unintentionally chose the 2 classes with the hardest trials? Do you have something against Blade Dancer and Archmage? Actually, those 2 special classes you got are also the strongest. Well, I guess that depends on perspectives. Those 2 classes embody the fundamental aspects of space and time. I must say it is rather poetic that you acquire both. I hope this power is enough, Jack said. He then asked Chris, so, how is the march of the underworld forces? I don't know, Chris answered. Fuck. You spied on Wilted but didn't bother to check the underworld forces' march. Jack cursed. Their march is limited to the speed of the corrupted mana's expansion. The speed is fixed. What is there to check? It is still good if we know for sure. We don't want to get caught in surprise when our enemies already greatly outnumber and outpower us. Fine, fine. Here, I take a look for you, Chris said. The image projection reappeared. It showed a different image. It was the scene of a city, or at least what was left of it. The city was filled with ruins. None of the buildings were intact. They saw some ethereal corpses on the streets. Those must be natives who failed to evacuate in time or chose not to evacuate. The city was infested by demons. Some crawled around the ruined buildings searching for survivors while a majority marched through the streets. Their number was alarming. Jack clenched his fists after seeing the projection. A bit off, Chris said. The projection shifted. It now showed the scene outside the same city. The demons gathered outside the city. They looked pretty organized, which was another bad sign. A gigantic demon stood before the formation. It had 4 horns and a large belly. Jack hadn't seen the devils directly but had heard their descriptions. The gigantic demon was one of the devils, Belphegor. They are waiting for the corrupted mana to spread further before continuing their march, Chris said. Where is the training cave? Jack asked. Ha! You said you wanted to let us use your training caves, didn't you? I don't have time to waste. Chris' eyes lingered on Jack for a bit before saying, You are rather passionate, aren't you? I'm glad you are May's ally. He shut down the projection and rose from his seat. Follow me, he said. Chris brought him in the opposite direction from the Stonehenge-like place with the portal that could take them anywhere. They came to a clearing with a different type of stone formation. At the center of this stone formation was also a pedestal. Chris went to that pedestal and pressed several buttons on it. What is the level of your other class? Chris asked. The other 2 are also level 87, Jack answered. The other 2? You have 3 classes. Yes. Time Sage and Beast Monarch, Jack answered. Beast Monarch. That is a good special class for Beastmaster. I'm impressed, Chris said. I will set the monsters inside the dungeon to have grades ranging from special elites to mythical. You should be able to handle them. A dungeon portal appeared next to Chris. What about their levels? Jack asked. You can find out inside, Chris answered. You can stop anytime you want. Just yell stop and you will be sent back out here. I've input your identity. You just need to press this button and you can enter the same dungeon again. You won't get any loot from the monsters, but in exchange, the EXP points are increased. The monsters inside are also set to follow your pace. The faster you kill them, the more they will appear. They have little health point but give out lots of EXP points. They are custom-made for providing the fastest speed in leveling up without breaking the main system's rules. Too much. Jack nodded. Will I be sharing this dungeon with the others when they return? They will enter through the portal here but won't enter the same dungeon as yours unless they use a team setup. Yours is currently set for solo use. Good. Keep it that way, Jack said. Time continued to pass. The natives in Palgrost, Hydrorond, and Orbor were busy preparing defenses at the border supported by the Themisphere soldiers, the players, and the members of League factions. Bowler, the Man, Serpent Boss, and Speedrun completed their heist mission in around 2 weeks. They had to go to 4 different locations to get 4 portal closing stones. Each team handled 2 locations. Most of their time was spent canvassing the site. Despite most of the underworld forces being with the invading forces, some demon soldiers still guarded the places where the portal closing stones were. Bowler and the man stood on the sideline while Serpent Boss and Speedrun did their tasks. They would just ruin the plans if they joined the infiltration mission. They were anxious, though, from all the waiting. The man had it the worst. He kept on worrying if Speedrun had bailed on him while he waited. Fortunately, the thief pulled through. After receiving the first portal closing stone, he felt much less stressed when waiting for Speedrun to get the second one. After returning with the 4 portal closing stones, they gave the stones to their guild members. The 4 returned to the underworld again to carry out another mission given by Tip. Their guild members brought the portal closing stones to the 4 locations in Hydrarond, Sangrod, Palgrost, and Orbor that had the underworld portals. The players and native armies were still battling the demons coming out of the portal, preventing them from spreading too far. The native soldiers' morale was extremely low because they fought a never-ending tide of enemies. The players were still fine because they were motivated by EXP points and loots. The natives had no such motivation. Their main concern was defending their home. It was fine at first, but without the prospect of the end of their strife, their spirits continued to decline with each passing day. So, when the natives saw the portal closing stone, their spirits were ignited. The players were happy as well. Although they gained EXP points and loot, the demons were not easy opponents. They suffered many casualties. Only the best players could survive and reap the benefits from fighting these never-ending demon waves. With reignited morale, they fought their way to the underworld portal to deliver the one who held the portal closing stone. It was a hard-fought battle, but they finally reached the portal and used the portal closing stone to seal the underworld portal. After all 4 underworld portals were sealed, the countries reorganized their forces to head to the border. They made preparations to face the incoming main underworld forces. Sangrod sent their army to aid Palgrost's defense. As for VRMMO, its army had marched earlier after 4 wins became the Grand Chief. VRMMO's army marched to Orbor to help with the defense there. Themisphere's 2 new mobile fortresses also headed to Palgrost and Orbor. With restlessness and fear, 1 month quickly passed. The native and player armies at the border looked over their defensive walls with apprehension. The sky above them started to turn dark red, a sign that the corrupted mana had reached their place. The main underworld forces could arrive any time now. After the world notification, most players took a more active approach. They no longer took it easy. Except for those who stayed within settlements since the start, everyone was in a race to level up. Even so, a majority was still around level 50. A portion of experienced gamers or those with combat experiences in real life were level 70 and above. Only a small portion of experts at the peak were level 80 to 85. Within the natives, a portion were recruits who would see combat for the first time. These recruits were anxious. They had to fight a battle that decided the fate of the world for their first battle. How could they be calm about it? The commanders tried their best to give them speeches to keep their spirits up, but everyone could see the mood was not good. The veterans were not that well off. This was because they had experienced firsthand the horror of the devils 1 month ago. They didn't have high hopes for this war. A few days after the sky above them turned red, they finally laid eyes on their enemies. They watched silently as the faraway landscape was covered by a swarm of moving creatures. As the swarm approached, they had a better look. The swarm was filled with all kinds of demons. Many demons they had never heard of or thought to exist. Some were shaped like insects. Among the demonic insects were giant centipedes with human hands and a large human face. Demons who seemed to have no physical body. They flew around like ghosts formed of dark smoke. Demons whose bodies were filled with flaming thorns. Giant abominations that seemed to be many demons mashed together. Demonic bats that filled the sky and many more. The levels and grades of the marching demons were also not to be scoffed at. They couldn't be compared to the demons that emerged from the underworld portals which had been sealed. The demons here were a majority level 70. Many were level 80 and a small portion were level 90 and above. Their grades were mostly elites and special elites. Many rare elites were seen. A small portion of officer-like demons were mythical grades. There were also a few eternal grades, even though not as high level as the devils. If they were only comparing raw power, the demons completely outnumbered and outgunned the upperworld defenders. Many defenders who felt pessimistic about the war became even more depressed after seeing their approaching opponents. But what could they do? There was nowhere to run. If they didn't stop the demons here, the entire world would be overrun. With that thought, they gritted their teeth. The natives were prepared to not see the end of the coming battle. The players were prepared to lose all their levels, while those who could still afford Amulet of Rebirth were thankful they still had one. No one let these grim thoughts stop them from defending their home. The underworld forces marched at a steady pace. Everyone who watched was surprised by how disciplined and organized they were. That was until they were around 1 kilometer from the first line of defensive walls built by the Builder Union. Demons with fast movement speed, such as the lower demons and hellhounds, could contain themselves no longer. They rushed ahead, broke away from the formation, and left the underworld army behind. As they got near the defensive walls, they triggered the traps placed by the members of Hunter's Lodge. Some traps dealt elemental damage. Some traps caused negative status effects. All traps stopped the movement of the demons who stepped on them. Aside from those traps, caltrops and warfires were also hidden all over the grounds. Every guild that possessed these war tools no longer saved them. They knew this was not the time to be selfish. They would lose everything if the underworld forces won. The demons who ran at top speed crashed into the ones stopped by the traps and caltrops. They all stumbled. The whole advance turned into a huge mess. The war fires were triggered then. A sea of fire spread over the battlefield. Firea Euro! The commanders on the walls issued the commands. The traps and caltrops were placed at positions reachable by the siege weapons range. The catapults and trebuchets behind the walls released their stones. These stones were produced by the coordination between the Blacksmith Circle and the Alchemist Union. The stones exploded upon impact and released a large amount of chemical fire that hit a large area. This chemical fire caused burn effects for a long duration. On the walls, many ballistae and a few mana cannons were mounted. These siege weapons also fired without reservation. The lower demons and hellhounds didn't have high health point. Many perished in this first contact. Yet their number was staggering. The ones from behind replaced the demons that died and rushed forward. When they got closer to the defensive walls, magic and range combatants sent their attacks. The bombardments were astounding because the number of defenders participating in this war was unlike any other war before. This was the entire world working together. Those without ranged attacks contributed by using throwing weapons such as exploding bottles. These throwing weapons were supplied by the Alchemist Union. Some traps placed by higher-level natives caused multiple triggers, but they weren't unlimited. The highest number of triggers was 5 times. Afterward, the trap vanished. Many even triggered only 1 time and they were gone. Hence, as time passed, the traps slowly dwindled and ran out. The caltrops were the same. The siege weapons killed a lot of demons when they were incapacitated. After the traps and caltrops were gone, the demons' advance was slowed only by the offensive attacks from the siege weapons, players, and natives. They were not enough to stop the demons from arriving at the walls. The demons started banging on the walls. Some climbed over their comrades and jumped up to reach the battlements. Melee combatants immediately engaged these enemies. As time passed, more and more arrived at the walls. The dark smoky ghost simply floated up the wall and started attacking the defenders. Their touches caused dark element damage, and they could emit piercing cries like the banshee monsters encountered in the wilderness. They were very resistant to physical damage. The most efficient way to deal with them was using magic spells. The centipedes with human hands and faces easily climbed the walls as if they were flat ground. From close-up view, the defenders saw each of the centipedes' hands were armed with daggers. These hands stabbed their daggers at melee. With so many hands, the defenders were like fighting multiple enemies at once. The centipedes also dispersed poisonous gas regularly, dealing earth damage and inflicting poison effects. If they managed to isolate a target, they rolled over the target, preventing it from moving. Their multiple hands then stabbed at the helpless target without mercy. From up in the air, the demon bats came swooping down. They were fast, and their interference disrupted the defenders from maintaining their attack rhythm, thus allowing more and more demons to reach the walls. Defenders who could fly took to the sky and engaged these demon bats. But soon, winged high demons joined the fray. Many of these high demons could cast spells, and they proved to be formidable opponents. The giant abominations formed by collectives of demons also arrived. They slammed into the walls with their heavy bodies. They then started banging the walls fiercely. Their melee attacks caused extra damage to structures. The health point of the walls decreased at an alarming rate. After some time, one part of the wall finally succumbed. This health point was zeroed and it crumbled. The demons burst through like a broken dam. The demons with flaming thorns all over their bodies rushed ahead. Their thorns dealt damage every time they were attacked in melee. They didn't have high health point. When they were defeated, they exploded. Their explosions caused the flaming thorns on their bodies to shoot in every direction, dealing high physical and fire damage. These thorns traveled a large distance, hitting many enemies. They were kamikaze demons who rushed ahead of the other demons. Because of them, the defenders' formation was a mess. Many of the demon commanders were high demons with high levels and grades. They easily fought and kept the high-level natives and players occupied, allowing the rest of the demons to slaughter the weaker defenders. When more parts of the walls crumbled, a gigantic moving fort came forward and covered the broken defense. This fort was Themisphere's first mobile fortress, the one with the rune tree in it. The rune tree's effect healed nearby defenders and let them survive longer to battle the demons. The multiple siege weapons mounted on it also never stopped firing at the mass of demons. Once the mobile fortress showed itself, the demons immediately swarmed at it. 11 Themispheres past kings and members of everlasting heavenly legends rushed out of the mobile fortress and engaged the enemies. Arlcard was with them. Jack had requested him to join the defense here. He didn't refuse. He was level 83. At the roof of the mobile fortress keep, Tip and other Themisphere guild with guild headquarters used their guild army summoning crystals. In the blink of an eye, the defenders received a dose of reinforcement. This allowed them to halt the demons' advance and even push them back from the crumbled walls. The most impressive was, of course, the guild army from everlasting heavenly legends. They had recovered their guild army from the last war and even increased their number. Their guild army now numbered more than 100,000. The brave golems led the charge. Their huge metal bodies collided with the hordes of demons. The other guild units joined in once the demons' charge was stopped. At the head of the brave golems was a slightly larger brave golem. This unique brave golem had completely black skins. A layer of dark light constantly swirled around it. This brave golem was produced using the best materials, like the power core of courage, but the one material that gave it such a unique look was the Heart of Darkness dropped by the Eldritch Beholder. This Heart of Darkness not only changed the Brave Golem's appearance but also gave the Brave Golem powerful dark element skills and anti-magic ability. It was not completely impervious to magical and elemental damage, but almost. A Brave Golem already had high health point and defensive stats. It was also resistant to physical damage. With the addition of the anti-magic ability, it was extremely difficult to cause sufficient damage to this dark brave golem. The guild heroes weren't idle. Among the guild heroes from the guilds fighting here, Nilrem and Rahab shone the most. Nilrem cast her Knights of the Round to help the army compensate for their lack of high-level combatants. Under the protection of the guild units, she also cast her 8-rune spell, Lake of Death. She placed the spell where the wall had crumbled, thus further halting the demon's charge. Rahab fought in the front line, destroying demons left and right. Together with the dark brave golem, he became the two tips of the spears that helped the guild armies advance. In the sky, the Eagle Rider hunters fired at the demon bats. The demon bats tried to drag the Eagle Rider hunters to a melee combat, but they were unable to. This was because between them and the Eagle Rider hunters was a score of dragons. These dragons were smaller than true dragons. They were similar in size to the monster-type dragons found in the wilderness. They were no less formidable than those dragons, perhaps fiercer even. Their claws and bites delivered high physical damage, and they could fire powerful fireballs from their mouths. They also had an ultimate skill that let them unleash a beam of searing flame. These beams traveled a long distance and could hit multiple targets. If Jack was here, he would remember these dragons from the Dragonflight portal in Greed's Sanctum. Sitting atop the dragons were elven riders. These riders were not helpless. They were armed with javelins. The riders fought enemies who tried to attack the dragons from their blind spots, which were their backs. They could also throw these javelins as ranged attacks. They had a limited number of javelins, but these javelins replenished magically after some time. Penny led these dragon riders. She was now level 81. Together with the Eagle Rider hunters, natives, and players who could fly, they fought off the horde of demon bats and stopped them from hitting the defenders' backline. Another large flyer flew around the air, slaying the demon bats wherever it went. If Jack was there, he would think this flyer looked very much like the infernal stormbird he encountered during his trip to the underworld. This stormbird was Everlasting Heavenly Legend's 4th guild guardian. They were captured by Bowler and the Man, assisted by Serpent Boss and Speedrun, using the miniature cage given by Chris. After they delivered the portal-closing stones, they returned to the underworld and headed to the coordinates Chris gave. There, they found the stormbird. The stormbird was not the same as the infernal stormbird that Jack had seen before. The infernal stormbird was blue. This one was dark purple. It was a variant of the same monster, Lord Stormbird. It looked almost the same but was much stronger. Bowler and the others spent a week studying its habits before making their move. The miniature cage might have a 100% success chance, and they didn't need to reduce its health point, but they still need to get close. If they were killed before getting close enough or the stormbird flew away before they had the chance, everything would be a waste. There was no guarantee the stormbird would return after it escaped. Luckily, they had Serpent Boss and Speedrun, who used to plan missions where they had to succeed with only one attempt. After making sure of the stormbird's routines, Serpent Boss and Speedrun moved in for the kill. Bowler and the Man stayed behind since they couldn't afford any mistake. For this reason, Speedrun was accepted into Everlasting Heavenly Legends. The miniature cage needed to be activated by a guild member to register the captured monster as the guild's pet. Their mission was a success. The captured Lord Stormbird was delivered to the guild. This happened shortly before the underworld forces arrived at the border. Bowler and the others again returned to the underworld. They still had one more mission to carry out. The Lord Stormbird was given the name Ladon after officially becoming a guild guardian. His lightning attacks were more powerful than the infernal stormbird. He emitted constant electricity that electrocuted everything that came close, making him a troublesome opponent for melee combatants. His flight speed was also very fast. The flap of his wings generated electrical blades that hit targets from range. These electrical blades were considered standard attacks since they had no cooldown. He also possessed some skills that dealt chaos damage. Ladon was a level 85 mythical grade avian. This made him the guild's highest level guardian. With the reinforcement from the guild armies, the mobile fortress pushed the demonic tide back to the defensive walls. Spellcasters from Everlasting Heavenly Legends used their combination casting mega spells from the safety inside the mobile fortress. This helped keep the demons from pushing back the mobile fortress. Unfortunately, the walls were long. They tried to choose the most ideal terrains for battle, but ideal terrains were not many. They had prepared multiple defensive lines. This was the first of the lines. Since the walls were long, the mobile fortress and guild units couldn't be everywhere. Some parts of the wall on the other side couldn't stand for too long. They started crumbling bits by bits, and the demon hordes poured in from the gaps. Linda was with Tip inside the mobile fortress. She was using the war table to move the Themisphere army. Before Jack left, he replaced John's position for Linda. Players didn't receive any benefit from being a country's officer, so John didn't mind this temporary replacement. This was so Linda could operate the war table and the monarch system while Jack and John were away. She, of course, did it under the supervision of either Thurgood or St. Jonathan. Linda tried her best to control the army using the war table, but there was a limit when they were fighting overwhelming forces. She could see their defensive lines were slowly getting pushed. Since leaving Liguritum, the underworld forces separated into 6 armies and advanced from 6 different fronts. Each was led by one of the 6 devils. 2 armies headed to Hydrarond, another 2 headed to Palgrost, and the last 2 headed to Orbor. Since their march was slow following the advance of the corrupted mana, the defenders were aware of this. The underworld forces didn't care, though. In their opinions, it didn't matter even if the enemies knew their movements. The result would be the same. The defensive force in Hydrarond was divided into 2 fronts, the northern and the southern defenses. The southern defense was guarded by the mobile fortress and the Themisphere army returning from Liguritum. The northern defense was guarded by the Hydrarond army, which Aldrich had tried to rebuild since the Allied forces retook Mesophiria. Because she was a native sovereign, the army rebuilding was slow even with the boost from the World Enchantment state of emergency. There were not enough Hydrarond troops to man the northern defense. Thankfully, the League factions came through. Most of the League factions with combat focus sent their members here, thus solving the problem of manpower. As for players, most of Themisphere players guarded the southern defense while Orbor players took care of the northern one. In Palgrost, the defensive lines were also drawn to match the locations where the 2 underworld forces were entering the country from. They were similarly divided into the northern and southern defenses. The northern defense was guarded by the Sangrod army. After the underworld portal in their country was sealed, they no longer had to worry about internal problems. Thus, they sent their army to help with the defense. The southern defense was the responsibility of the Palgrost army. The same as Hydrarond, Palgrost had suffered massive troop casualties in past wars. Hence, they didn't have enough troops. Fortunately, Jack sent the 648,000 Themisphere troops originally stationed in Themisphere, including one of the newly built mobile fortresses. With this force, Palgrost had a fighting chance. The players that helped defend Palgrost came from Palgrost and Sangrod. The players helped the respective countries they were from. The underworld forces coming into Palgrost were a little later than in the other 2 countries. This was due to the navies guarding the inner sea between Liguritum and the Daflu region. The delay was slight, though. The navies put up a fierce fight when the underworld forces arrived. The cannon fires from their organized formations created a massive volley that took out many of the first batch of demons. However, when one of the devils arrived, everything pretty much went to hell. The devil that wrecked the navies was none other than Leviathan. Water was his natural environment. When he was in the water, he was even more dangerous than when he fought the Allied forces during their first meeting. He could manipulate water at will, causing tidal waves and tsunamis. Many of the ships were even sucked into his massive mouth and were slowly digested in his stomach. In the short span of 2 days, the Palgrost Navy base in Daflu became a pile of wreckage. The underworld forces marched on. In Orbor, the 2 fronts were separately guarded by the Orbor army and VRMMO army. Both countries had outworlder sovereigns. Hence, they had sufficient manpower. VRMMO had a larger army because it lost fewer troops than Orbor during past wars. Jack sent the second of his newly built mobile fortresses to aid the northern defense guarded by the Orbor army. As for the remnant of the Liguritum army, they headed to the northern defense in Hydrarond after escorting the refugees past the border. They joined the small Hydrarond army and the League factions in defending the place. Liguritum players spread among the 6 defensive fronts. They had no one to organize them since their country was no more. They simply went independently and tried to help as best they could. At the southern Hydrarond front, where Themisphere army and its main mobile fortress were fighting, the players spread out along the defensive line. Most of Themisphere guilds fought here under the leadership of everlasting heavenly legends. The guild members mostly fought in large teams with their guild members, but some preferred to fight in a small team, going wherever they pleased. One such small team was a group of veteran martial artists led by Doman. Doman was never much of a team player. He could listen to orders. But when he saw people needed help, he went that way. This made his movement pretty much chaotic. Both Tip and Linda were already aware of this, so they just left him to his own devices. At one part of the walls which had crumbled, Muilan was fighting the enemies with her 2 swords. "Muilan, watch out!" Murong yelled as she rushed to Muilan's side and used her spinning crane kick on a demon about to backstab Muilan. The 2 women were members of Cipher Flights. Most of that guild's members were fighting in Orbor. They were here simply because Murong wished to fight with Domin. "Thank you, Master," Muilan said. Her 2 swords created a net of sword lights that kept the demons in front of her at bay. "Watch out, Murong!" Another voice sounded. Numerous melee weapons with tiger decorations flew by Murong's side and hit the swarm of demons that were about to surround her. Domin came to her side while performing death-carrying cyclone to beat back the demons that had been stunned by his tiger armament storm. "There are too many of them," Murong yelled at Domin. "Heads up!" A shadow jumped past them with a flying kick. The kick struck a demon bat swooping down at Domin and Murong. Wong landed with the demon bat still stuck in his foot. His body then spun, creating a huge hurricane. This was spinning twister kick, a skill he had just learned from a technique book. The hurricane threw the demon bat and every other demon in the vicinity into the air while causing them continuous damage. When the hurricane subsided, Domin jumped up. He changed his weapon to dual swords. He used the burst attack of the formless flowing sword style, striking all the demons still disoriented in the air. After landing, Domin said to them, "We need to defend this side. If more demons come through, it will be difficult to stop the tide." The 4 martial artists fought near the crumbled wall. Some native soldiers and players were nearby, but not too many. This was the reason Domin defended this part. It was severely lacking in defenders. A large demon covered in spiky metal plates came to them, carried with it a huge spiked club. It was swinging this club to smash the 4 out of his way. Domin came forward and used Tiger Key Strike. His glaive and the spiked club collided. Despite the demon's huge frame, the demon was the one hurling back from the clash. But due to Domin coming forward, the other demons saw it as a chance to gang up on him. They jumped at him from different directions. Domin activated his Tiger War God armor. At the same time, he used Weapon Festival. The multiple melee weapons materialized around him, striking the demons that came near. Domin didn't exert control of his Weapon Festival. Using mana manipulation on the skill and consciously controlling the skill were 2 different things. He was good at the former but lacking at the latter. The floating melee weapons were empowered by mana manipulation and thus dealt more damage, but they attacked in automated mode. Performing Soul Pursuit Hurricane, Domin's glaive expertly slid between his floating melee weapons. Despite the Weapon Festival's chaotic movements due to auto mode, Domin's control of the glaive in his hand was perfect. His glaive never touched the floating weapons. Yet, it struck the demons missed by his Weapon Festival. Performing Soul Pursuit Hurricane, Domin's glaive expertly slid between his floating melee weapons. Despite the Weapon Festival's chaotic movements due to auto mode, Domin's control of the glaive in his hand was perfect. His glaive never touched the floating weapons. Yet, it struck the demons missed by his Weapon Festival. Wong rushed out in an attempt to aid Domin. A wall of fire suddenly came up before him, blocking his path. Before he could react, a torrent of fire washed over him. He had to activate Steel Body to mitigate the damage. His mana sense directed him to the one casting the spell. A high demon floating in the air not far away. It was a level 60 Eternal. The high demon was in the process of casting another spell. Before Wong could decide how to deal with the situation, a monstrosity appeared before him. It was the abomination composed of multiple demons, but this one had several disgusting tentacles that slapped around randomly. This abomination was a level 88 mythical grade. The tentacles came whacking. Wong backflipped to evade them. The ground had visible gashes after the tentacles hit. While Wong was doing his best to dodge, the Eternal Grade Demon completed its casting. It was as if a firecracker exploded nearby. This firecracker produced uncountable fiery darts that homed in at Wong and the other nearby defenders. Wong's hands turned into a blur as he used 100 lightning hands. Every fiery dart coming his way was slapped to embers without hitting him. However, performing this martial art caused him to be unable to move. The abomination with tentacles came again and was about to smack him with its tentacles. A flame pillar suddenly struck the abomination before it swung its tentacles. The flame pillar was powerful enough to push the abomination and force it to stop its attack on Wang. Not long after, something fast came slamming the abomination from above. It was a humanoid dragon. "You!" Murong called after seeing this humanoid dragon. She had seen this being before. She and the others had fought it more than a month ago. "Long!" Wang exclaimed. The humanoid dragon was Long in his enhanced dragon form. Long executed infinite comet fists, beating back the demons who were about to swarm him and Wang. "Thank you for coming. We need all the help we can get," Doman exclaimed while fighting the other demons. Long harumphed. "Humph. Don't get me wrong. I'm not helping you people. I'm just seeing this as a good opportunity to practice." "Hee hee," Wang chuckled. "Let's fight together then." He rushed past Long and used fist cannon at the abomination. It was the only one resisting Long's infinite comet fist and stood its ground. Wang's fist cannon sent it reeling back. The eternal grade demon cast another spell again. The spell summoned several large fiery blades that cut through the ground and headed toward them. It was the Blade of Doom. The flaming blades traveled in straight lines. Although it dealt high damage, it was useless against expert martial artists. Wang and Long easily stepped out of harm's way. Long even rushed forward, using two skills at the same time to boost his speed. Speed Run and Beastly Speed. His target was the Eternal Grade Demon. The Eternal Grade Demon was taken by surprise. It tried to fly further up while casting a spell that caused a burst of fire around it. Long ignored the fire burst. He just charged through it. He lost some health point. Flames erupted on his body. But that was not the burn effect from the demon's fire burst. It was his 9-yang restoration. His lost health point was quickly refilled. He arrived next to the Eternal Grade Demon. The demon was taken aback by Long's lightning speed. Before it could react, a fist landed on his face. Its legs were then hit by Long's leg sweep. It spun around uncontrollably in the air. Despite being an Eternal Grade, it was only level 60. So, it was powerless against Long, especially once it was dragged into a melee exchange. Long grabbed the demon's body and threw it in Wang's direction. Wang jumped and received the demon by performing an axe kick. The demon was sent slamming into the ground where Murong came and used her 50 Shades of Death to keep it pinned to the ground. The constant hits from Murong's martial arts rendered the demon unable to cast spells. The other demons came rushing at Long, who had advanced too far from the group to catch the Eternal Grade Demon. Long didn't panic. He even stared at these incoming demons with a sneer. When the mass of demons arrived, he used Beastly Rage. The shockwave from the skill stopped the demon's advance. It also boosted his next attack, which he executed immediately after. He punched his fist into the sky. A massive image of a golden fist punched out of the ground below. All the demons in Long's vicinity were swept upward helplessly. This giant fist then exploded in a brilliant display of light. This was the world-conquering fist. With the power boost from Beast Rage, all the nearby demons received massive damage. "This is taking longer than it should," a high demon with the name of Maliarchy said. "Lord Satan will not be pleased," a female high demon by the side said. She went by the name Ririth. Her voice sounded anxious. "Aren't the upper world denizen weaklings?" Another high demon said. His name was Zerod. "Weren't they almost decimated when our 6 lords attacked them?" "They had time to prepare," Maliarchy said. "Their effort is simply delaying the inevitable. The problem is we will suffer Lord Satan's wrath if they are not defeated by the time he arrives." "How far away is Lord Satan's force?" "Lord Satan should probably arrive in 3 or 4 hours, Zerod answered. The battle had been going on for more than half a day. The defenders were still fiercely defending the walls despite being outnumbered. This upset the commanders of the demon army. These 3 high demons were the main commanders of this vanguard force. The 3 were all eternal grades. Maliarchy was level 80. Ririth was level 78, while Zerod was level 75. "In that case, we can't stand idle," Maliarchy said. Let's go. Send everyone out. The reserve demon army, still hanging at the back, rushed forward once they received the command. The pressure suffered by the defenders intensified. Their line of defense was again pushed. The three commanders caused the situation to become even more difficult for the defenders. All three were potent spellcasters. Their spells hit hard and covered a large area. In a short time, the defenders suffered many casualties. Even with the help from the rune tree's recovery effect, it was still difficult to cope. Tip, it's time to use that, Linda shouted. I know, Tip replied. He accessed the guild army platform and activated the active effect of a guild enchantment. The enchantment was the secret guild enchantment Chris said to appear once they tamed the Lord Stormbird. This guild enchantment was called the Oriental Guardian Beasts. It was triggered when a guild possessed 4 guild guardians of specific monster types. The required types were a draconic monster with traits close to a dragon, an aquatic monster with traits close to a turtle, a beast monster with traits close to a tiger, and an avian monster with traits close to a bird. This enchantment had a passive effect and an active effect. The passive effect improved the level growth rate of all guild pets. Unfortunately, Ladon had just recently joined the guild, so the passive effect was not evident yet. As for the active effect, it was similar to Jack's Elevate Beast skill. It elevated the guild guardians by 1 grade. Once Tip activated the enchantment, Penny, Gumaru, Zar, and Ladon were enveloped by white lights. All 4 were mythical grades. After the activation, they became eternal grades. Tip didn't activate the enchantment from the get-go because the active effect had a duration. It lasted 3 hours. Hence, he only used it when powerful opponents like the 3 demon commanders showed up. Once he did, he set those 3 demon commanders as the target for the guild guardians. Penny roared as she flapped her wings. Her elevated power improved all her abilities. Her roar caused the demon bats in her vicinity to stop in their tracks and lose their flying ability. They dropped like flies. She then shot up into the sky. Several seconds after she vanished into the clouds, she shot back down with incredible speed. The air around her burned, causing her to look like a falling meteor. She was using her diving lava beam. She had been fighting far ahead at the front line, so the area directly under her was filled with enemies. The demon bats who had lost their flying abilities earlier fell among these enemies. She let out her lava beam in their midst. Under her elevated eternal condition, her diving lava beam caused an explosion wider than when she was a mythical grade. The hit area was doubled to a diameter of 300 meters. This attack halted a portion of the demon's advance. After carrying out her attack, she left the wounded demons and rushed to where the demon commanders were. However, something beat her to it. Ladon had a faster flying speed. Under the elevated effect, he was even faster. A crescent blade followed his flight. He swerved away when he was close. The crescent blade continued onward while maintaining its trajectory. It was heading toward the 3 demon commanders. The 3 demon commanders were surprised the enemies dared to attack them directly. Ladon was so fast that his crescent blade was already upon them by the time they noticed. Zerod moved forward and put his hand out to accept the incoming crescent blade. A key shield appeared before that hand. Ladon's crescent blade crackled with electricity as it neared its target. It easily sliced through Zerod's key shield. Considering the attack came from someone of the same grade but 10 levels higher, this outcome was expected. It was a shock to Zerod, though. He had seen the Stormbird in action. From what he saw, he estimated the Stormbird to be a mythical grade. He had no time to use Inspect when Ladon suddenly ambushed them. The Crescent Blade continued onward, but Zerod managed to activate another skill in time despite his shock. A layer of hardened rocks covered his body. The Crescent Blade hit him, but the Earth suit reduced the damage. It also prevented him from getting paralyzed. Watch out! Maliarchy cast a spell. A large blue sphere encapsulated the 3 of them. Ladon didn't stop after sending his Crescent Blade. He flew up and gathered the lightning elements in the environment. After gathering enough, he unleashed the energy upon the 3 commanders. Lightning sparks raged in the area where the 3 commanders were. Multiple lightning explosions occurred incessantly in the area. If Maliarchy hadn't erected the protective sphere in time, the three would have drowned in the lightning turbulence. Ladon pressed on the attack after using his storm blast. His wings flapped rapidly. Each beat of his wings produced lightning blades larger than his standard attacks. The barrage of lightning blades battered the protective blue sphere until it broke. A streak of fire rushed out as the blue sphere shattered. It was lightning fast. It stabbed into Ladon before he could fly away. "Loathsome bird! How dare you attack us?" The streak of fire was Ririth. Her body was coated in flames. Her flaming rapier was deep inside Ladon. The rapier continued to discharge flames and cause fire damage to Ladon. Ladon shrieked. Dense lightning burst out of his body. This lightning washed over Ririth. Her flame suit was not enough to protect her. The dense lightning assailed her, and she was blasted away. Maliarchy used the window created by Ririth to cast another spell. Large gravity balls spread all around Ladon and exploded. They caused dark damage and generated a force field that prevented Ladon from moving. When the three demon commanders prepared to dish out another attack on Ladon, they sensed pressure from below. They turned and saw a huge hurricane headed toward them. They hurriedly used whatever protective measures they could. The hurricane swept and tossed them around, dealing wind damage every second. They only regained their balance after the wind died down. The hurricane shrunk and revealed Zar, Everlasting Heavenly Legend's third guild guardian. The wings on his back had winds constantly swirling around them, making it seem as if he had two tornadoes for wings. Zar was level 83. The three commanders were now facing two eternal grade opponents higher in level than them. Not long after, Penny also joined the fray. Against three eternal grade opponents with higher levels than them, the three demon commanders had difficulties fighting back. They hurriedly transferred mental commands for the other demons to come to their aid. Soon, a horde of demons came to fight Penny, Zar, and Ladon, relieving the pressure from the demon commanders. When more demons were flying up from below, a massive sphere of water appeared out of thin air. This water sphere encapsulated the demons and drowned them. It prevented them from going to the demon commanders. "What is that?" Zerod asked in surprise. He then saw within the water sphere a giant dragon turtle swimming around, attacking the demons whose movements were now impaired by the water. The dragon turtle was Gumaru. He was also an eternal grade due to the Oriental Guardian Beast's enchantment. His level was 75. Despite having the lowest level among the guild guardians, he was not to be underestimated. Under eternal grade effect, his dual-world domain had become mobile. In the past, it was static. It stayed at the same place where the skill was used. Gumaru could swim to the edge of his domain. Now, the domain always placed him at the center. This meant he could continue to swim up to the sky if he wished. The water sphere followed his movements. This effectively gave him a flying ability when he didn't possess one. Aside from becoming mobile, there were two other differences to his Eternal Version dual-world domain. The first was the water inside his water sphere was denser. This put extra pressure on the enemies inside the water, limiting their movements further. The second was that Gumaru could manipulate the water inside his domain at will. He could make it so the water split apart for his allies, so his allies could move normally without being hindered by the water. With these upgrades, Gumaru continued swimming up until his water sphere enveloped the three commanders and his three guardian comrades. The three commanders had been trying to move away when they saw the massive water sphere approaching, but the other three guild guardians stopped their paths. Even with the aid of their demon subordinates, it was difficult to move freely against the three guild guardians. As the water drowned everything around the three commanders, it split apart for the three guild guardians. "Damn turtle!" Maliarchy cursed. He cast a spell that erected a gravity shield around him. The gravity pushed the water from touching him. Even so, he could still feel the pressure. He couldn't move freely. Ririth slashed her rapier, which had now turned into a fiery whip. The flames of her whip were greatly dimmed when they were inside Gumaru's water. More and more demons entered Gumaru's water bubble to save their commanders. The demons were creatures of strict hierarchy. The lower-ranked demons were not hesitant to throw their lives for those higher in rank. That's why they dove into Gumaru's water world without second thoughts, even if they knew they would be greatly hampered inside. Before long, Gumaru's water sphere was as if an ant's nest. It was filled with demons. This caused the 4 guardians difficulty in defeating the 3 commanders. But in turn, this greatly alleviated the pressure on the defenders' side. Not only did the defenders manage to maintain their defensive line, they could even slowly push back the demon horde. The battle continued. Linda used the respite to rearrange the army's formation so the soldiers could fight efficiently as a coherent whole. He also sent some soldiers with mechanic skills to repair the siege weapons not yet destroyed. The defenders' morale had been in continuous decline ever since the battle started. But now, their morale increased when the situation became better. They had the hope that they could beat this demon horde back. "Keep at it, everyone," Linda told the guild members who were controlling the guild armies. "I would love to, but you should know. The enchantment is at its last hour," Tip said to Linda. He was referring to the Oriental Guardian beasts. "Can they defeat those eternal grade commanders?" Linda asked. "Taking out the enemy's commanders should throw the enemies into temporary confusion. Not to mention, those commanders were also powerful combatants." Tip shook his head. "I think it is unlikely. The other demons are adamant about protecting those 3, even at the cost of their lives. I've been sending commands to our guild guardians to put those 3 as priorities, but they still couldn't carry out the task. Then be ready to use the final attack when it is near the last minute," Linda said. "Keep them close to each other when the time comes." Tip nodded. The active effect of the Oriental Guardian beasts had one last feature aside from elevating the guild guardians by 1 grade. That feature was a combination attack between the 4 guardians. The drawback of using this combination attack was the active effect would end even if the natural duration had not yet ended. So, this combination attack could also be considered a final attack. Another requirement was the 4 guardians had to be close to one another to execute the combination attack. Tip paid attention to the time. At the corner of the guild army platform was an indication of how much time was left for the enchantment's active effect. Tip waited until almost the last minute, so the demons continued to be occupied up there. This gave them more time to decrease the number of demons down here. When it was 3 minutes left, Tip had the 4 guardians gathered. With Gumaru's dual-world domain, this was easy to do even when there were so many demons around the 4. When only 1 minute left, Tip sent the command to execute the combination attack. The 4 guild guardians uttered thundering cries at the same time. These cries stunned the demons in a large area. Their bodies then shone. The image of a large circle divided into 4 sections encompassed the guardians. Each section was represented with different colors. The 4 colors were blue, red, white, and black. At the center was a smaller circle with a golden color. Out of the 4 colored sections, 4 beasts emerged. However, they were not the guild guardians. They were larger and they were different. The 4 beasts were the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. The 4 heavenly beasts took action the second they appeared. The black tortoise unleashed a large flood of water. The white tiger let out streams of metallic blades that sliced everything apart. The vermilion bird released a torrent of scorching fire. The azure dragon brought forth an endless number of wooden spears that pierced through everything. The attacks of the 4 hit a large area and dealt large damage multiple times. Many demons perished by the combination attack, but it was not over. As the 4 heavenly beasts started to turn illusory, another beast appeared. It came out of the center circle that connected the 4 sections. Out of this small circle, a yellow dragon emerged. It opened its mouth wide, and a blinding light blanketed everything. The demons received massive soul damage from getting touched by the light. The 3 commanders had been using all their available defensive spells and skills ever since the combination attack started. From their mana sense, they knew that the attack from this yellow dragon was not yet over. Its light was in the process of getting focused, and they were the target. Without hesitation, Maliarchy grabbed Ririth, who was next to him. He shoved her to the front while casting a spell that conjured multiple layers of gravity walls. Ririth was sandwiched between these walls and couldn't move. "No, a euro!" she screamed. Zerad didn't have time to pity her. He hurriedly took cover behind Maliarchy's gravity walls. The focused light from the yellow dragon arrived then. It seared through Maliarchy's walls like it was burnt paper. Ririth, who was in between the walls, shrieked as the light burned through her. Maliarchy continued to cast one defensive spell after another. Ririth's body was slowing the advance of the light, but she didn't stop it. Maliarchy even forcefully pushed Zerad in front of him. Zerad didn't dare to resist. All he could do was activate all his defensive skills and hope for the best. When the light subsided, many demons had perished. Their bodies were burned to ashes. Ririth still had a quarter of her body due to her eternal grade durability, but she was mangled beyond recognition. Her remains fell lifelessly to the ground far below. Zerad had less than 1/5 of health point left and was missing an arm. Maliarchy was the only demon commander whose body was still intact, but his health point was less than half. The two watched their opponents with alarm as the circle image disappeared. The 4 guild guardians were visible again. As they did, Maliarchy's worrisome eyes turned into relief before it became savage. The mana he sensed from the 4 guild guardians had severely decreased. He also used his inspect just now. All 4 were mythical grades. Those 4 had lost their eternal grade power. "Attack a euro," Maliarchy ordered. Despite the intensity of the combined attack, some demons survived, mostly high-level demons. Even if these demons were low on health point, they could still fight. Hearing their commander's order, the demons charged at the 4 guild guardians. Tip sent the order for the 4 to retreat. They were too far away behind the enemy line. It was too dangerous to leave them there when they had lost their eternal grade powers. He wanted them to retreat so the defenders could support them. The demons didn't intend to let the 4 do that. They had suffered so many casualties because of the 4. They wouldn't be satisfied if they didn't cut these 4 to pieces. The one in trouble was Gumaru. Once they were back to mythical grade, Gumaru's dual-world domain was back to static mode. Once they swam out of the water sphere, the dragon turtle fell. Penny and Zar caught Gumaru. Gumaru was so heavy that it took both of them to keep him afloat. If they let Gumaru fall, he would be swarmed by the demons on the ground. They were still behind the enemy lines. Gumaru would most likely not survive. While carrying a load, their flight speed decelerated. The demons soon caught up to them. Ladon engaged these demons and covered the other 3 guardians while they retreated. Penny unleashed her lava breath, and Zar produced wind blades to keep the demons at bay, but the demons surrounding them were driven by rage. They didn't care about their safety. They just wanted to tear the 4 apart. Maliarchy and Zerad were also chasing. They were prepared to land the killing blows. A thick silver beam suddenly pierced down from the sky. The silver beam slammed into Zerad. He was unable to resist the beam's force. He continued to get pushed while his health point rapidly decreased. His health point fell to 0 before he hit the ground. Maliarchy was taken aback by the ambush. He stopped advancing. A thundering roar was heard from the sky. A huge silver dragon dove through the clouds. Its diving speed was so fast it was as if a silver spear. It stopped abruptly before the 4 guild guardians. It then opened its wings, which caused massive turbulence to strike the demons surrounding the 4 guardians. The demons lost control and tumbled in the air. The dragon then threw multiple silver-colored energy balls at the demons. The energy balls exploded upon contact and discouraged the demons from advancing. "That's Iaranth," Tip exclaimed. Iarantha's appearance blocked the demons from Penny and the others. Tip hurriedly sent command to have the 4 retreated to the defensive line. Iaranth arrived only now because he had just left the ancient graveyard not long ago. Broidryrig's life force turned out to be more enduring than expected. He had laid weakly in his prepared graveyard for quite some time but didn't pass away. Iaranth and the others waited solemnly until finally, Broidryeg breathed his last about a week ago. After spending another day performing the burial rite, only then did Iaranth and the others fly to the front line. They decided to split and go to the different defensive fronts in the different countries. Iranth came to the one in Hyderond guarded by the Themisphere army. The Themisphere soldiers who saw their country guardian had their morale increase. Maliarchy was speechless. Iranth was a level 98 eternal true dragon. There was no way he could survive. He looked at the situation. His army had been greatly reduced. Their number was still enough to fight the defenders, but with Iranth's arrival, that number would soon decrease even more. "Kill that dragon," Maliarchy commanded. The demons carried out the command even when they knew it was an absurd order. As for Maliarchy, he turned around and fled after he gave the command. The command was simply to let his subordinates halt Iranth while he escaped. He looked back as he escaped. Both his demon army and the defenders were very far already. He should be safe. When he had that thought, he felt extreme pressure from where he was flying. He turned and found himself before a colossal being. Behind this colossal being was a massive army of demons. "What is my commander doing flying away from where he was supposed to go?" Satan asked. "Also, where is your army?" My lord, there has been a slight setback, Maliarchy stammered. Beside Satan was a floating meatball with a large eye in the middle. It looked like a beholder without tentacles. This eyeball demon said to Satan, "My lord, I see the Vanguard army is still battling the upper world defenders. The defenders seem to be winning." "Winning, Satan frowned. "Are you sure there is nothing wrong with your eye?" "My lord, please don't joke like that. You know this eye is the only thing I am proud of," the eyeball demon replied. Satan returned his attention to Maliarchy, who had now turned as pale as a demon could be. "Maliarchy, I have some questions. Why is the upperworld army not yet vanquished? Why is your advance slower than the corrupted mana's advance? Why are you not with your army? And why are you still alive? My lord, you see the enemy's You seem to have difficulty answering. There is no need to worry. The reason is because my questions are rhetorical." A huge giant hand made of fire materialized behind Maliarchy as soon as Satan finished speaking. Maliarchy wasn't given the chance to act when this flaming hand grabbed him. He was so small compared to the flaming hand that he was completely engulfed by the flames. Maliarchy was visible inside the flames. His mouth opened and closed as if trying to say something, but no voice was heard. "Mayuro, can you make out what he is saying?" Satan asked the eyeball demon beside him. "Despite my incredible eyesight, I can't read lips, my lord," the eyeball demon answered. "Let's make that your assignment after we conquer this upper world," Satan said. "As you wish, my lord." Maliarchy didn't last long inside the flames. His health point was not in a good condition to begin with. He turned into a pile of burned ashes after his health point was 0. "Let's go greet these defenders who give my vanguard army a difficult time," Satan said. He gave a signal for his army to resume their march. "Fuck!" Tips heard Linda curse. "What is it?" Tip asked her. They were winning. He didn't understand the reason for Linda's curse. "Check your platform's map. They should enter your view by now," Linda said. Tip saw it then. Numerous red triangles appeared at the edge of his guild platform's projection map. These red triangles were heading toward them. More enemies Tip asked with a trembling voice. "I will be surprised if these were all we have to deal with," Linda chuckled in a sarcastic tone. "The ones we are fighting are just the underworld's vanguard army." Should we retreat?" Tip asked. Linda considered the question for a bit before answering. "Not yet. Most of the defensive walls are still intact. We still have many siege weapons. It is a waste to throw them away. We need to delay the enemies longer, to buy more time for the people building the next layers of defenses. I feel like we are only slowing the inevitably Tip said weakly. Probably John and the others can create a miracle when they return," Linda said. She didn't sound hopeful, though. The defenders fighting the demons were not aware yet of the second demon army heading their way. The only ones who knew were Linda and those who controlled the guild platforms inside the mobile fortress. They didn't tell the soldiers because they didn't want to lower the soldiers' morale. These soldiers were still in high spirits. If their morale fell, the speed of their defeating the vanguard demon army would also fall. They would then be in a worse situation when the second demon army arrived. However, it didn't take long for the defenders to notice the demon reinforcement. The second demon army was marching with a relaxed pace. They were not in a hurry. Even so, several of the demons in the army were hard to miss. This was because of their sizes. Satan didn't need mentioning. He was the largest within the incoming demon army. Aside from him, there were some others with sizes close to a true dragon. Most of them were humanoid demons with dark shells covering their bodies. They had octopus tentacles for beards. Their hands and feet also had tentacles instead of fingers. These monstrosities were called Hell Demolishers. They were all mythical grades except for one who was eternal grade. They were all above level 80. The eternal grade was level 93. Among the hordes were also many demons, whose frames were twice or thrice the size of a regular demon. Many among the high demons also wore lavish robes and flew with 2 pairs of bat wings. These were the archdemons. The defenders' fighting pace immediately slowed once the second demon army came into view. They were so eager to defeat the vanguard demon army. They thought that was it. Once they defeated these demons, they could utter triumphant cries and return to their country with pride and glory for having saved the world. This fervor was squashed by the sight of the second demon army. Linda had rearranged the army's defensive formation back to its original formation on the walls. She had been reining the soldiers so they didn't go out of formation. Their morale had been so high because they were winning that some wanted to push the demons past the defensive walls out of zeal. Now, they were glad they didn't go too far. The vanguard demons were glad to see their reinforcement. They screamed in ecstasy because they knew it was time to avenge the shame they had just suffered. Their delight was short-lived because the Hell Demolishers advanced first. Their giant legs afforded them a large distance with a single step. They arrived at the vanguard demon army in a short time. They didn't care about the demons below them. They stepped on these demons as if they were ants. Those whose health point were already low died from the stomping. These demons immediately scattered. When the first of the Hell Demolisher was about to reach the walls, Iranth swooped down from above. With a tail slap, he sent the Hell Demolisher flying back. The huge demon fell on its back on top of the demons who were too slow to run, crushing them. Hee. A true dragon, Satan remarked after seeing Iranth. The eternal grade Hell Demolisher advanced after seeing one of its kind sent to the ground by Iranth. It swung its arms forward. The tentacles in its hand extended and enlarged. Iranth swooped to the side and dodged the incoming tentacles. He caught one of the tentacles in his hand while dodging. He then pulled and forced the Hell Demolisher to stumble forward. The tentacles in the Hell Demolisher's other hand extended and pressed on the ground for balance. It stopped itself from falling, but it was still open for a follow-up attack from Iranth, which came in the form of divine soul breath. The Hell Demolisher uttered a strange cry as the soul beam burned its body. It was evident it was in great pain, but it refused to retreat. It resisted the beam's knockback force. The tentacle beards enlarged. They lashed out at Iranth. The dragon didn't expect the Hell Demolisher to still be able to attack even while suffering his breath attack. The tentacles wrapped around Iranth. One tentacle even coiled around Iranth's mouth and forced his mouth to shut, effectively ending his breath attack. The tentacles then pulled Iranth toward the Hell Demolisher. Iranth didn't fight the pulling force. He lunged forward instead. The Hell Demolisher was caught unaware of this. Iranth's large frame slammed into its body, causing it to stumble. Iranth didn't let the Hell Demolisher go. He grabbed the tentacle beard at its roots and pulled the Hell Demolisher back to him. At the same time, a gigantic runic symbol appeared on the ground underneath him. It then shone a bright light and created a light pillar that shot up to heaven. The AoE of Iranth's souls of heaven and earth was rather large. The demons, who thought they could get a jump at Iranth because the Hell Demolisher pulled the dragon into their midst, greatly regretted their attempts. They were caught up inside the light pillar and received tremendous soul damage. When the light was gone, they saw Iranth one-sidedly give the Hell Demolisher savage beatings. Some of its tentacles were even ripped by Iaranth out of sheer force. It tried to fight back by swinging its thick arms, but Iaranth easily swatted those arms away. The strength was not comparable to Iaranth. The defenders were riled up by Iaranth's display. Their dropped morale was lifted again. Their attacks increased in pace. The mythical grade defenders, such as Emrys and Everlasting Heavenly Legends Guild Guardians, went and engaged the other Hell Demolishers who tried to destroy more parts of the walls. Their heated battle suddenly stopped when a strange laughter was heard. Harharara Euro. The laughter had strong mana manipulation. Even when they didn't want to, they couldn't help but stop moving for a beat. Even the demons were affected. This caused them all to turn to the one who laughed. That person was Satan. Har har har, and here I thought everybody in the upper world was a small fry. Everyone, move aside. The demons immediately scattered to the side upon hearing the order. The area between Satan and Iaranth was suddenly cleared. The demons on the other side also stopped their assault and retreated. Everyone stopped fighting. Iaranth was not moving, but he still had the Hell Demolisher's tentacle in one of his hands. He refused to let go. The Hell Demolisher was quiet. It didn't dare to act without Satan's approval. Satan walked forward. He came until he was face to face with Iaranth. The two titans stood upright while glaring at one another. Satan's hand darted forward and grabbed the Hell Demolisher's head. With a violent yank, he pulled the Hell Demolisher back. The tentacle that was still held by Iaranth was ripped apart. The Hell Demolisher was sent flying back and fell with a loud crash onto the ground. It rose with its head bowing to Satan. It had lost 1/3 of its life from that short exchange with Iaranth. In its mind, Satan had saved it even when it was done violently. It misunderstood Satan's intention. Satan didn't care about its well-being. It was simply in the way between him and Iaranth. "Are you the strongest combatant here?" Satan asked. "A Euro I am," Iaranth answered. "Are you the strongest combatant in this upper world?" Satan asked again. Iaranth didn't answer this time. "Har har. Never mind. I will just whoop your ass in front of everyone here who worships you." Satan had seen the glints in the defenders' eyes. He could see how their spirit was lifted by Iaranth's actions. He didn't like it. What he liked was to squash their hopes and see the hopeful glints in their eyes turned into despair. Iaranth didn't let Satan take the first strike. He didn't dare to be careless. He activated Soul Armor, Soul Wrath, and Soul-infused Fist all at the same time. His claw then swung at a high speed towards Satan's head. The claw that was burning with silver fire stopped a few meters from Satan's face. It stopped because Iaranth's wrist had been caught by Satan's hand. Iaranth used all his strength to push forward, but his arm refused to budge. He couldn't believe this. Never before had he encountered an enemy where he lost in the contest of strength. He could feel from Satan's grip that Satan was stronger. This was even after he used his buff skill, Soul Wrath. Iaranth's other claw swung in from the other side, but this too was stopped. His two wrists were now in Satan's hands. He was unable to move away. "Har har. Is this all the strength you can muster? If so, Thena Euro." Satan didn't get to complete his sentence because Iaranth's close-up head suddenly lunged forward. Iaranth's jaws bit into Satan's neck. After landing the bite, his mouth shone. His divine soul breath was fired at point-blank range. Satan received damage from the two consecutive attacks, but that was not the painful part. The pain came from the shame of getting interrupted while he was talking. This was a humiliation in front of his subordinates. "You bastarda Euro!" An explosive shockwave exploded from Satan's body. The shockwave was strong enough that it jerked Iaranth's head away. His head didn't move far because Satan's hands caught it and pulled it back. His head was then headbutted by Satan. The collision created a thundering sound. A fiery explosion also happened upon the collision. Iaranth reeled back multiple steps. His hand was on his jaws. The pain was stinging. "Har har. Ready for more? This is just the start," Satan warned. Out of the 6 defensive fronts in the 3 countries, the 2 fronts in Herderond had contact with the underworld forces. The ones in Orbor were not yet because they were further away. It took a longer marching time, but the difference should only be a few days. The ones in Palgrost were also further away, and the underworld forces heading to this country were hampered by the navy. The defenders in those two countries had the luxury of a few more peaceful days. While the Themisphere army was fighting in the southern part, Hydrorond and many League factions were guarding the northern part. Didas served as the commander of the Hydrorond army. Ragorth was appointed the commander of the League faction collectives. Janus and Hashi stood by his sides as his lieutenants. Megan from Evil Breakers was appointed the commander of the Outworlder community. She was aided by Harold from Inquisition. When they saw the demon army appearing on the horizon, everyone couldn't help but feel apprehension. Fighting a demonic army. This would have been exhilarating if this was a game. I never thought I would fight demons for real, Harold said. These demons aren't real. They are characters in a game made real, Megan said. I have fought a real demon in the past. Harold looked at her. You Mianayuro in the real world? Megan didn't answer. Although the combined League factions were many, their number couldn't be compared to an army. Hence, their total number was fewer than the troops defending the southern part. But what they lacked in quantity they made up for in quality. The levels and grades of League faction members were generally higher than the regular troops. Additionally, Jack sent his trump card here, the Ancient Sect. The southern part had the mobile fortress and rune tree, so he figured he should send this demon-fighting regiment here. The 5,000 ancient champions were pretty eye-catching with their shining armor. Agumon stood fast at the head. He was fully covered in his ancient armor, the same one he wore when he met Jack. Next to him were Hiponion and Atalenti. Aside from the ancient sect, Jack also sent his royal agents here. Duke Alfredo was appointed the leader. All the royal agents stood together except for Tetsuo, who stood a distance away. When Alfredo asked him to gather, he replied that he was better off fighting solo. This displeased the other royal agents, but they chalked it up to him being the newest recruit, so it would take time to get used to each other. When the underworld forces arrived in this place, it was only an hour after the southern front was hit. The defensives prepared here were largely the same. Well-built walls to stop the demons, traps to halt their charge, and siege weapons to soften them down. Once the battle started, it didn't take long before the demons started climbing the walls, and melee engagement began. The Hydrorond army and League factions guarded the majority of the walls. Half of the ancient sect guarded the middle, while the other half spread along the walls. The reason was, like Themisphere's ancient champions, they possessed an aura that debuffed demons. With them spreading out, their aura covered the entire defensive line, weakening the demons for everyone to fight. The part that had the least difficulty in stopping the demons was the middle part, where the ancient sect was. Not only were the ancient champions all level 90 combatants with high grades, but their skills and spells were also mostly catered to slay demons. They were very eager to fight the demons. So much so that they jumped out of the wall and engaged the demons directly. This caused Didas and Ragorth to worry. They worried these ancient champions' confidence would push them too far into the enemy's territory and got themselves surrounded. But despite their seeming recklessness, they stayed near the walls. Among the ancient champions, their three leaders were the most eye-catching. Atalenti was very fast. Her movements were like lightning. She had a short cooldown movement skill that allowed her to zip a decent distance. This let her move from one position to another constantly, confusing the demons that tried to catch her. She used a skill similar to Azura. The skill produced only 2 extra arms, and they didn't carry any weapon, but this skill had no duration or cooldown. She practically had the extra arms all the time. She used her golden bow with these extra arms while her 2 original arms wielded 2 golden longswords. She was both a melee and a range fighter. Hiponion fought with fist weapons. He was not as fast as Atalenti, so it didn't take long before the demons surrounded him. As they did, his armor shone. The glow was brightest at the animal carvings on his armor. The glow on these animal carvings made them seem as if alive. Then they truly came to life. The carvings popped out of his armor and turned into light-covered animals. Glowing lion, bear, boar, deer, eagle, snake, and fish moved around him. With a signal, these 7 animals lunged at the demons. The lion, bear, and boar fought savagely in melee combat. The deer and fish were ranged attackers that sent wind and ice attacks. The fish could also submerge into the ground and deliver ambushing attacks. The eagle attacked from the sky, while the snake relied on fast speed to move around the enemies before striking. Hiponion could also cast spells. His spells mostly derived from the druid and summoner class, allowing him to call even more summons to fight by his side. As for Agumon, he didn't move much. His standard attacks were range attacks where he shot balls of energy at distant enemies. The circular disc behind him was similar to Jack's aureole when he was under War God Manifestation. This disc spun and glowed before Agumon fired a thick silver beam that dealt soul damage to a large number of enemies. The beam didn't deal as much damage as the War God Manifestation's final attack, but it could be used every 5 minutes. Agumon also had a wide library of spells from the Inquisitor, Priest, Archmage, and Elementalist classes. Besides those, he had unique spells that hurt demons the most. One of his unique spells allowed him to control a mass of demons at once. This spell only affected weak demons, though. Another spell was an AoE offensive spell with a decent chance of causing instant kill effects to demons. With these ancient champions, the defenders here had a slightly better situation compared to the southern defenders. Despite the superiority of the ancient champions, the defenders were outnumbered. The midsection might be doing well because of the ancient champions, but it was not so everywhere. After some time, one part of the walls crumbled over another. The defenders were doing all they could to stop the demons from pouring through the crumbled walls. Duke Alfredo and the other royal agents went around helping the parts most in dire need of aid. Aside from Tetsuo, the royal agents had been together for quite some time, so they cooperated well with each other. They knew one another's strengths and weaknesses. Tetsuo might be acting on his own, but he followed where the royal agent went. He just kept a certain distance from them. A distance that was not too far that he still received the buffs from Elaine's music. He used a handgun in his left hand to shoot the enemies as he moved. When a demon bat swooped down at him, green wings sprouted from his back. He equipped the mechanical claw in his right hand and flew up. He dodged the demon bat's charge using air skate, shifting to the demon bat's side, and punched the bat. The punch was a standard attack, but it was powered by mana manipulation. The bat lost balance from that punch. Tetsuo chased after the bat while using infinite lightning punches. The other bats came to their comrades' aid. Without stopping his punches, his left hand that held the handgun spun around. He was using Gunner's Bulletstorm. "Robinson, go and aid Tetsuo," Alfredo said. Robinson transformed into his eagle form and was about to fly up, but they heard Tetsuo exclaim, "No need! You people, take care of your side." The others were surprised that Tetsuo could hear from such a distance, but they were more surprised that he was paying attention to them while fighting. Perhaps he was not that lone of a wolf. Tetsuo continued to battle the enemies that outnumbered him. He didn't appear to be in trouble. None of the demons were able to hit him. He might not have the graceful movements of a martial artist, but his movements were accurate. Even when the demons cast spells at him, he could sense and evade them in time before counterattacking using his handgun. He didn't use any big skills. He mostly used standard attacks to grind down his opponents. As a level 90 eternal grade, his attacks were rather meek. The other royal agents wondered if he was just high in level but possessed few skills, but then they noticed his expression. He seemed bored. A level 82 eternal demon carrying a fiery axe barged in through the scores of demon bats. This fiery axe came cleaving at Tetsuo. Its entrance had been so abrupt that Tetsuo had no time to dodge. He parried the axe using his mechanical claw. He then gave the demon a point-blank fire in the face. Before he could fire his gun a second time, multiple ice swords appeared around him. He dashed back just as those ice swords pierced his previous position. He traced the spell and saw it was from a level 93 mythical archdemon a distance away. Tetsuo used rapid shot at the archdemon but soon sensed an attack from behind. He swiveled in time to parry a dagger from a concealed high demon. This one was a level 78 eternal. Several other mythical-grade demons around level 80 also came at him from all directions. It seemed that he had become the demon's primary target. Tetsuo's face grinned for the first time. "This is more like it," he uttered. A transformation happened to his body. His skin hardened and turned into carapaces. In a beat, his body was covered in interlocking layers of hard shells. His eyes enlarged into two large bulbs of compound eyes. Two long antennas sprouted from his head. He had used beast form, and his beast form was insect type. The carapaces on his back opened. Two slim but long dragonfly wings came out. These wings beat at an incredible speed, and Tetsuo disappeared just before the demons arrived. He appeared right next to one of these demons and punched it. "Power punch a euro," he exclaimed. "Key bullet," he yelled as an energy ball shot out from his fist and hit another demon. When the archdemon cast another spell at him, he again disappeared before the spell hit. His dragonfly wings gave him extreme maneuverability. He could travel in every direction with a burst of speed and stopped abruptly. Even when these demons had mana sense to detect where he appeared, they couldn't react since they didn't have the speed to match him. Tetsuo continued to zoom from one place to another, sending attack after attack while the demons had trouble following his positions. All the while, he continued to shout as he attacked. "Power kick a euro. Key blast a euro. Power shoot a euro." The other royal agents who witnessed the fight from a distance were flabbergasted by how Tetsuo rendered those high-level demons helpless. Those demons couldn't land a single hit on Tetsuo. Alfredo was just about to send help before Tetsuo turned into an insectoid man. He didn't see the need for that now. But still, did Tetsuo need to shout his skill names every time he attacked? His image as a lone and quiet man had now been shattered. The archdemon was frustrated because none of his spells hit. Angered, he cast a large AoE spell, Ice Nova. He no longer cared if his spell hit his allies. He wanted to see how that human dodged this one. The archdemon was far enough to escape the range of Tetsuo's mana sense, but not his vision. After transforming, his vision was nearly 360 degrees. His eyes could see almost everything around him. Combined with his mana sense, he was almost impossible to be backstabbed. He saw the archdemon casting a spell and knew at once it was a spell with many runes. He left the mass of demons around him and headed to the archdemon. The other demons might be confused when he disappeared, but the eternal grade demon and high demon sensed where he was headed and gave chase. A huge mantis appeared in their path. This mantis also sported dragonfly wings like Tetsuo's. This mantis was Tetsuo's pet, Battle Mantis. The Battle Mantis was a level 91 mythical insect. It had two long forearms that ended with sharp sickle-like blades. These sickle arms slashed at high speed. Tetsuo strengthened his pet by using Ultimate Beast and Demonize Pet. The Battle Mantis' green carapaces darkened and hardened. Thorns also appeared all over its body, especially its head, where a row of demonic horns sprouted. When the Eternal Grade Demon and High Demon arrived, the Battle Mantis used multi-power slashes. It was a skill that created many slashing lights, similar to the burst attack of Jack's sword art. The Battle Mantis might not be Eternal Grade, but its attack was formidable enough after the power boosts. Its slashes halted the two Eternal Grades, preventing them from chasing Tetsuo. The demon was enraged from getting stopped. It made a powerful cleave that conjured the image of a huge flaming axe. The Battle Mantis disappeared before the flaming axe hit. Its dragonfly wings gave him the same maneuverability as Tetsuo. While his Battle Mantis kept his pursuer busy, Tetsuo came before the archdemon. He used Meteor Dash after summoning his pet. The Meteor Dash was a movement skill usable in the air. It was similar to the Wind Jet spell. The archdemon was surprised to find his target in front of him. His spell was not yet completed. With the opponent already before him, he didn't have the luxury to continue casting. He had no chance but to change his spell to a magic shield when Tetsuo's fist came punching. Twisting winds and lights followed Tetsuo's fist. This was Drilling Punch, a skill with a high penetrative ability. The archdemon's magic shield was shattered by the punch. Before the archdemon could react, Tetsuo split into many images and punched the archdemon from multiple directions. Tetsuo's multi-sided strikes had blinding lights following his punches. These lights added light element damage to his skill. It also stunned the archdemon. Tetsuo pointed one hand to the sky. Following that act, a thin light pillar shot down from heaven and pierced the archdemon. This was a non-standard technocraft skill satellite shot. The archdemon was slammed into the ground. The handgun in Tetsuo's left hand enlarged. It now fired constant rapid shots. This was a non-standard skill from the gunner class, Gatling gun. The archdemon was unable to rise due to the rapid fire. His health point continued to decrease. The other mythical-grade demons chased after Tetsuo. The battle mantis was unable to stop the tide. The eternal-grade demon and high demon left the battle mantis and came at Tetsuo. Tetsuo blocked the axe from the demon using one hand while his other hand parried the dagger from the high demon. "Hehe. I have enough warm-up," Tetsuo said. Several shining metallic plates materialized around his body after he spoke. These metal plates slapped into different parts of his body. These plates interlocked with each other and formed a suit. By the time the process was completed, Tetsuo had become a humanoid insect cyborg. This was his special technocraft skill, Savage Techno Suit. Tetsuo's dragonfly wings were originally thin, transparent membranes. Now, they were solid metal plates, but they still beat at the same imperceptible speed. With these wings, Tetsuo disappeared just before the demon and high demon landed their follow-up attacks. Tetsuo dodged the two by shooting upward. On his cyborg's back were booster jets. Propulsion flames burst out of the afterburner, giving him incredible burst speed. His body shot back down at twice the speed as before. The demon didn't have the time to register what was happening when Tetsuo slammed into him from above. Tetsuo continued shooting down with his fist on the demon. Right below was the archdemon who was just about to get back up. But Tetsuo aimed right at that archdemon. The demon's large body crashed into the archdemon. The impact sent him back into the ground. Before the demon and archdemon could do anything, Tetsuo's chest flared brightly. Ultimate Core Fyria Euro. A bright burst of energy erupted from his chest and washed over the two pinned in the ground. The burst of energy created a huge explosion. By the time the explosion receded, a huge crater had been formed. Tetsuo didn't let up. He used infinite lightning punches again. The demon and archdemon were unable to get up because of the pressure from Tetsuo's punches. The other demons were rushing to help. Tetsuo saw them approaching from his compound eyes. His battle mantis was unable to stop them all. Homing Misleading Euro, he yelled as he used another non-standard technocraft skill. 30 small rockets materialized out of nowhere and flew at the incoming demons. These rockets could track their targets. If they missed, they flew back and chased the missed targets. Even the fast eternal-grade high demon with the dagger couldn't evade these rockets non-stop. The rockets exploded upon impact, dealing damage and causing knockback. Tetsuo then used Gunner's drone skill. His drone was shaped like a mechanical beetle. It flew by flapping its metallic wings. It was faster and more maneuverable than a normal drone. Its firing rate was also faster than a normal drone. It was like a drone equipped with a machine gun. Could also spit fire and throw concussive grenades. Together with the battle mantis, the beetle drone kept the demons from disrupting Tetsuo. However, the demons were too many. The eternal-grade high demon with the dagger was also stronger than his two summons. She finally rushed past the battle mantis and the beetle drone and got close to Tetsuo. Tetsuo was about to stop his punches and let the two demons below him go when he sensed incoming attacks. Numerous arrows made of light streaked through the sky and stabbed at the demons around him. The eternal-grade high demon used her dagger to block the light arrows. She was knocked back by the impacts. A large golden beam then hit her, sending her far away. A voice was heard from above. That form and that loud battle style. "Tetsuo, is that you?" Tetsuo didn't look back. His compound eyes could see the things behind him. An enormous dragon with brilliant golden scales had descended to his position. "Cindrillis? You are still alive in this era," Tetsuo replied. I should be the one who asks that question, Sindrillis said. I saw you die in the ancient war. Ayuro Tetsuo wasn't given the chance to reply. The eternal grey demon he was pinning under his punches erupted with a fiery explosion. He had to retreat to avoid getting caught in the blast. After moving away, he saw the demon rise with a body coated in dark fire. Above it was a demonic apparition with 4 arms. The demon used a variant skill of the ancestral possession. The archdemon didn't get up. The archdemon had died from Tetsuo's unending assaults. We will catch up later, Tetsuo said as he shot the demon using his handgun, which had now turned into a laser gun. Agreed. I will deal with the enemies above. You take care of the ones below, Sindrillis said. She ascended while casting a spell. When it was completed, hundreds of starlights fell from the sky. These starlights chased after the flyers and dealt light element damage. When they hit, they caused the blind status and made the flyers lose their flying ability momentarily. Hundreds of demon bats fell from the sky due to this spell. With 3 level 90 eternal grade combatants, Agumon, Tetsuo, and Sindrillis, the defense here was better compared to the southern defense line. Some parts of the walls crumbled, but the demons failed to push past the defensive line. The defenders held fast as the demon horde was reduced bit by bit. Even though the defenders were winning, it was not without a toll. The defenders lost a decent number of men. They were outnumbered after all. But seeing their enemies shrink faster than them gave them great morale. Their fighting spirit was high. That was until they saw the incoming second wave of the demon army. The same as the defenders at the southern defense line, they couldn't believe the army they were facing was just the vanguard army. Their hearts sank when the sea of demons approached. In the lead of this second wave was a titanic demon with the head of a goat and the body of a giant insect. Didas and those who marched with the allied forces had seen this titanic yellow demon before. It was the devil, Beelzebub. The devil floated above his army. They marched at a speed that was neither hurried nor slow. Within this army were several gargantuan creatures, humanoid titans with elephant heads. Their elephant heads had demon horns. Each head possessed 3 long trunks. There were also demonic giant lizards that breathed dark flames. Multiple demons rode on top of these demon lizards. Plenty within the second army were mythical grades, more than the vanguard army the defenders were fighting. There were also a decent number of eternal grade demons. The defenders watched with apprehension as this demon army slowly advanced. Stand fast, Ayuro, Ragorth yelled. His voice, powered by mana manipulation, reverberated on the battlefield. John had appointed him as the main commander at this northern defense line. Ragorth hoped his voice maintained the defenders' morale, even if his own morale dropped after seeing the underworld forces' second wave. Before the demon's second army joined its vanguard army, Beelzebub took action first. Its yellow carapaces opened, and what seemed like a million bugs came out from inside him. This time, the bugs were not just giant flies. Countless giant roaches also came out of Beelzebub and crawled on the ground toward the defensive walls. The roaches didn't give a damn to the demons from the vanguard army. They just rammed the demons for standing in their way. Many even got stomped by the sea of roaches for being unable to move away. The sea of roaches and clouds of yellow flies soon neared the defensive walls. Those who had AoE skills and spells used them to hit as many of these bugs as they could. The bugs didn't have high health point. Many were killed by the barrage. However, there were too many bugs. Even if many were killed, many reached the defensive walls. The crawling roaches easily climbed the walls. The walls might as well not exist for these bugs. After the defenders engaged the bugs at close range, many started exploding by themselves. Their explosions caused earth element damage. These kamikaze attacks took out many defenders. Ragorth immediately called for those with low health to pull back and not engage the bugs. We have to stop that devil, Sindrillis said. How? We have to fight through an army to get to that devil, Tetsuo said. We will open the path. The two heard a voice. They turned and saw the ancient champions charging forward with Agumon at the lead. We will help too. Duke Alfredo and Jack's other royal agent joined the ancient champions. Beelzebub simply stared at these warriors with a flat expression. His countenance never changed since he arrived at the battlefield. A spell formation appeared in front of him. When his spell was completed, the ground ahead of him churned. The rocks and soils tossed around and formed what looked like a tidal wave on land. This earth tidal wave rushed forward. All the ancient champions had the angelic possession skill. Wings made out of light lifted their bodies before the earth tidal wave hit. As for Jack's royal agents, Loron cast mass angelic wings, which granted flying ability to those who couldn't fly. They might have escaped the earth tidal wave, but the spell didn't stop after passing through them. It went ahead and hit the defensive wall. The part of the wall where the spell hit crumbled in one hit. The defenders standing atop this part fell to the ground and were swallowed by the still churning earth. Agumon and the others who had rushed ahead saw a change in Beelzebub's expression. A wicked grin decorated his face. The demons around Beelzebub moved ahead and engaged the ancient champions and the others. Different from Satan, Beelzebub had no interest in engaging the enemies directly. With the defenders' main combatants pulled out, it was easy to get them surrounded. Plus, the defense in the wall weakened. Beelzebub wanted to take out both these main combatants and the wall's defenders at the same time. Beelzebub cast another spell as flies and roaches continued to scurry out from the gaps all over his body. At Chris' secret garden, several people were watching a projection inside the lake pavilion. The projection showed the scene happening at Hyderon's southern defensive line. Satan was seen giving Eoranth a severe beating. Those present here had seen the Lord of the Dragon in action. They couldn't believe the battle between the two titans would be so one-sided. "Let me use your anywhere door. I need to go help," Jack said. He was among the people watching the projection. "If you go, I guarantee you will waste everything you've worked for," Chris said. "And for Pete's sake, it's not called anywhere door. Do you think my tool came from the 70s kids show? It functions the same way, doesn't it? Anyway, what do you call that magic door of yours that can bring you anywhere?" Jack asked. It's called Anywhere Portal," Chris answered. Jack was speechless. He felt stupid for asking. "Whatever. We need to go help the battle or everything will be lost," Jack said. The projection now changed to show the scene at Hyderon's northern defensive line. The situation was worse here. Unlike Satan, Beelzebub utilized his advantage in number even when he outpowered the enemy's combatants. He even seemed to relish in the bullying. "As I said, you won't be able to do much even if you go," Chris said. "You might think you are stronger now that you are level 90, but those devils will run you down with ease." After 1 month of grinding inside Chris' special dungeon, Jack's level had improved at a rapid rate. If he used a normal training dungeon, it would take him at least 2 weeks just to level up one time. "We can't just stay here and do nothing," Jack exclaimed. "Those people at the northern defense line should have retreated. Damn those ancient champions. They are too daring. We will lose lots of troops if they continue to be stubborn," John said. "I remembered you told every front to try to hold for at least 3 days before retreating to the next defensive lines," Jack said. "I said try. I didn't mean they had to do that at the cost of losing more troops," John returned. Some of the 24 players had returned after successfully passing the trials. John just returned recently around 1 week ago. His class had now changed to Monster Overlord. He had only used Kai's training dungeon for 1 week, but it was enough to help him level up 2 times. He was level 86. The other players who returned within this 1 month were Spring Crown, Jeannie, Grace, Paydoin, For Wins, Leave Me Alone, Red Death, Wilted, Arthur Bagrat, Jet, David, and Another Day. The second fastest to return to Chris' secret garden was Spring Crown. He passed his trial in 1 week. Chris was again surprised by the feat even when he said 1 week was the fastest. He expected everyone to take at least 2 weeks. The others who passed the trials before 2 weeks passed were Jeannie, Leave Me Alone, For Wins, and Red Death. The others gathered here returned after 2 weeks. David and Another Day were the latest among the group. They only returned 2 days ago. The other 9 were still in the trials. Luckily, none of the trials had been completed by random players like Jack did with the Time Sage. Still, everyone was worried. If even one of these 9 failed, they couldn't complete the 24 classes. Chris regularly monitored the ones who were still inside the trial spaces. Even though they had not yet passed, they were also not considered failed. Jeannie's class was now Dragon Lord. Grace was Divine Knight. Peidoin was Heavenly Mech Warrior. Leave Me Alone was Supreme Fist. For Winds was King of Fury. Spring Crown was Weapon God. Red Death was Death Executor. Wilted was Grim Reaper. Arthur was Primordial Punisher. Jet was Beast Conqueror. David was Celestial Commander. Another Day was Veiled Demon Slayer. Like Jack, they lost all the skills from their previous special classes, if they had ones, but gained new skills. They all agreed the skills from these pinnacle special classes were more powerful than their previous skills. They also gained potent passive abilities. The regrettable thing was they gained these special classes at their current high level. They couldn't enjoy stat increases as much as if they gained these classes at level 50, as Jack did with his Time Sage. All of them used Chris training dungeons after returning. They all wanted to increase their levels quickly. They weren't training now because Chris informed them the underworld forces had initiated contact with the defenders. Hence, they all came out to look at the situation. How are the situations in the other countries? For Winds asked. The defenders in Orbor and Palgrost have not yet encountered the enemies. The underworld forces are still on their way. They will probably enter battle in a few more days. We should just focus all our defenses in one place, For Winds said. They might lay waste to the countries that are not defended, but we have a better chance of taking them down one by one if we combine all our forces. John didn't refute. He was contemplating. He knew the plan to slow down the underworld forces was not an ideal winning plan. I disagree, Chris said. This setup is better. Let's say you concentrate your forces and somehow defeat one of the devils by luck. You will just invite the other devils to come together and hunt you down. They do not need to stay their course if there is no resistance. They can simply let their armies advance while they head elsewhere, like where your forces are concentrated. I can assure you, if those devils are together, you will face a whole different level of difficulty. What's the point? From the look of it, we will still lose, Peidoin said. What's the point of us staying here and getting stronger when everything is already destroyed by the time we leave? You truly have no faith, eh? Did you forget already I said I have modified some things for contingency? Chris asked. What do you mean? Wilted asked. I said it so all the League factions will join the fight against the underworld forces, Chris answered. They are already fighting there, and they are losing, Peidoin protested. My friend, I said all League factions. Those over there are not all, Chris said. Wait, do you mean a euro? Wilted appeared to realize something. I don't think they will keep themselves hidden for long. Any minute now, Chris said. At Hydron's southern defensive line, both the armies of the upperworld and underworld stood by the sides. None of them took any action. The only ones still in battle were the 2 titanic figures representing each army, Satan and Iranth. Calling it a battle was misleading. It was more like a beatdown. Satan was evidently stronger. He was also more advanced in mana manipulation. He didn't even use many skills to overpower Iranth. He just relied on his physical superiority. Iranth refused to admit defeat, though. His pride as the Lord of the Dragon pushed him to keep fighting, even when his health point kept falling. His ferocity only intensified with time, but it wasn't enough. We have to help Iranth, Tip said. No, stand down, Linda commanded. We can't just let die without doing anything. Right now, the demon army is standing down. If we move, they move. She is right, Tip. We will just make matters worse by joining the fight, St. Jonathan, who stood beside Linda, said. So what? Are we going to just stand back and watch our greatest protector die without doing anything? Tip protested. Linda couldn't answer. She was running her brain to think of a solution, but she couldn't think of one. Even if they acted, it was unlikely they could save Iranth. The army Satan brought was more powerful than the one they fought earlier. It had more numbers with plenty of high-grade and high-level demons. They should retreat. They would waste the defensive structures and siege weapons here. More than 2/3 were still intact. Retreating was always the plan. She just didn't think they had to do it so early. It was not even a full day yet since the battle started. The question now was how to separate Satan and Iaranth. Iaranth seemed to have been blinded by rage and pride. She doubted the dragon would listen to her. She could sacrifice troops to draw Satan's attention, but Satan had the soul and chaos chain reaction. He could lay waste to the sacrificial troops she sent in an instant. Right now, she had been pulling the army back to a certain distance from Satan. While thinking, she continued to arrange the troops in a position that allowed them to retreat at a moment's notice. She also sent messages to the guild leaders to ready their members. All the while, the duel between Satan and Iaranth kept on going. Wham! Iaranth was forced to his knees from a massive impact from Satan's flaming hammer. Wounds were visible on his body. One of the bones in his left wing was broken. He couldn't fly properly even if he tried. His health point bar was down to half. Satan, on the other hand, still had his health point bar above 90%. The contest was pretty clear-cut. Har har har, Satan laughed. You might think you can fight me because we are only one level apart. But let me tell you, even if you have the same level as me, you still won't win. There is a big gap between a dragon's bloodline and a devil's bloodline. We devils are the pinnacle of existence. Now, face your fate, dragon. Satan lifted his fire hammer. It enlarged to a mythical proportion. The hammer became as large as him. He then brought this hammer down at Iaranth. Its size was now enough to cover Iaranth's entire body. Iaranth gritted his fangs. He was about to push himself up to clash with the hammer when suddenly the hammer changed trajectory. It veered just in time before colliding with a massive silver beam heading to Satan. A massive explosion resulted from the collision. This explosion caused Iaranth and the demons in the vicinity to fall to the ground. Satan remained in his position. He didn't budge from the explosion, but his flaming hammer was no more. It was destroyed in the explosion. He didn't mind, though. The hammer was not a real weapon. It was a weapon crafted from his energy. He could make another one anytime he wanted. He turned his head to the one who had fired the beam. Everyone on the battlefield did the same. What they saw was a host of people floating in the air. Leading these people was an old man with a long white beard. He carried with him a long golden cane that ended with a bird-shaped head. Players recognized this old man. He was the one overlooking the end of the tutorial phase, Onuran. Behind Onuran were the members of the League faction that worshipped the god of hope, the Council of Elpo. The same one Genie and Padoan had visited. Probably we can still hold this place for a while, Linda said after seeing those people in the sky. She also knew about Hope's faction, courtesy of the information she gained while serving under Master. Among the divine factions, this one was the strongest. Humph! Another loser joining the fray. Satan mocked. Doesn't matter. No matter how many you are, I will squash you all. Onuran wasn't intimidated by the declaration. He watched from above while brushing his long white beard. He responded with a declaration of his own. Denizens of the underworld, you will regret stepping onto this land blessed and protected by the mighty god of hope. We are impartial to worldly matters. But for you, demons, we make an exception. We will not let you taint this world further. In God Hope's name, you will be vanquished. With that declaration, the host behind Onuran uttered a thundering war cry. They then charged forward. Linda and Tip didn't stay idle. Following the Council of Elpo's lead, they also sent a command to the army to resume the battle. At Hydron's northern defensive line, the defenders struggled under the assault of the overwhelming demon army and Beelzebub's bugs. Beelzebub also continued to cast one spell after another. The mass of demons and bugs prevented Syndrillis, Tetsuo, and the ancient champions from reaching Beelzebub. The devil continued to cast spells without interruption. Many of his spells had extremely long range, hitting the wall and its defenders. Ha! Agumon shouted. The golden disc behind him glowed and revolved at high speed. Multiple beams shot out of the disc in all directions. The flies and roaches swarming around them were evaporated upon contact with the beams. Humfayuro, Beelzebub grunted in displeasure seeing the scene. The beams from Agamon's disc could instant-kill weak demon-type summons. His demon bugs were only elite grades, so they were susceptible to Agamon's beams. With the surrounding bugs cleared, they struck the demons barring their way. Hipponion and a few ancient champions broke through and came before Beelzebub. Hipponion's 7 animals served as the tip of the sword. The lion and the bear were at the forefront, ready to pounce at Beelzebub. Something long and steel-like suddenly pierced the 2 animals. The 2 animals lost health point and were pinned to the ground. 6 long insect legs came out of Beelzebub's carapaces. These legs ended with sharp tips that made them look like spears. The 2 animals pinned to the ground continued to lose health point each second. Beelzebub's insect legs stabbed at the other attackers. Each hit caused high damage and had a high chance of causing bleed status. All the while, he continued casting. Rock pellets materialized in the air and rained at the attackers. He cast another spell, and a rock cloud formed near him. This rock cloud flew around him, battering anyone that came near him. Hipponion and the other ancient champions were unable to get close. Atalenti attacked using her golden bow. Her arrows caused trails of light as they streaked across the sky, but even these arrows failed to hit Beelzebub. Large rock shields materialized and floated around Beelzebub. They blocked any range attack coming at the devil. While protected by the living earth shields and the rock cloud, Beelzebub spat a condensed jet of yellow liquid. The liquid was strong acid. It dealt earth element damage, caused poison status, and reduced equipment's defense values and durability. It also had strong knockback. The ancient champions were sent toppling back by the liquid jet's force. Something fast flew past the ancient champions. It even slipped through the living earth shields circling Beelzebub. It zipped right to the devil's goat head. Ultimate power Punayuro. That something was Tetsuo in his insect cyborg form. His speed let him slip past Beelzebub's protective spells. However, as fast as he was, Beelzebub's eyes still caught his movements. Those eyes shone an eerie yellow just as Tetsuo was about to land his punch. His movement stopped, and a layer of rocks started covering his body. He was hit by Beelzebub's infernal stone gaze. One of Beelzebub's legs slapped him into the ground below. The devil followed up with a spell that caused the earth to open up and swallowed him whole. Accursed devil, take Thesauro. Cindrilla's voice resounded in the air. She had been driving the flying demons back before taking a chance to gather mana. The gathered mana in his mouth was now unleashed in the form of a thick beam. Cindrilla's annihilating light beam couldn't be compared to the one unleashed by Jack's gold dragon summon. Even though their levels were not far apart, Cindrilla's was a true dragon while Jack's summon was considered a wilderness dragon. Cindrilla's beam was at least 3 times thicker than the one unleashed by Jack's gold dragon. This thick golden beam rushed toward Beelzebub, who just stared calmly. A shield composed of runic symbols appeared before him. This runic shield stopped the annihilating light beam. Cindrilla's didn't let up. She continued to pump mana into her beam. Runic symbols appeared around her mouth, strengthening her attack. This caused Beelzebub's runic shield to shift a little and even dimmed. Beelzebub frowned at this. He grunted, and the runic shield intensified. At the same time, he cast a spell. Multiple giant rock spears materialized. These rock spears shot forward with a drilling motion. These drilling rock spears stabbed into Cindrilla's. She received damage, and some of the spears caused wounds on her body. This forced her to end her beam attack. One of the drilling spears broke her left wing. She fell from the sky. Beelzebub's spell had not yet ended. His spell conjured one last spear that was 10 times larger. He was aiming this spear at the falling dragon. Rara Euro! A huge roar startled everyone. This was no ordinary roar. The demons who heard it were paralyzed. Before they knew it, something large flew past them. Beelzebub sensed the incoming enemy. He redirected the giant spear and sent it to this new enemy instead of Cindrilla's. The new enemy shifted to the side when this giant spear was about to stab it. Its mouth then bit at the spear. Sparks were created when its teeth scraped the rock spear still drilling at high speed. The teeth won. The drilling motion stopped. The rock spear then snapped from the powerful bite. This new enemy was a gigantic lion with bat wings. It was the Council of Virtus Forctus Lion. It went into seclusion after being wounded during the destruction of Domino Square Garden. A few weeks after the Sanctuary for Courage was built in Theramdel, it came to the city. It probably sensed God of Courage's presence from the Wonder Building. Pallas and the others welcomed their guardian back with elation. The Forctus Lion was a level 95 eternal grade. It was stronger than Syndrillis. It made another roar and fired a powerful sound cannon at Beelzebub. Beelzebub cast a spell that erected a huge earth wall to block the sound cannon. My comrades, let us fight with bravery and drive these demons back to Heliuro. Pallas, Mihos, and the other members from the Council of Virtus followed behind the Forctus Lion. They pounced the demons who were still disoriented by the Forctus Lion's charge. Riled by the appearance of the members of the Council of Virtus, the defenders were as if injected with a dose of courage. They let out a spirited war cry. Beelzebub snorted in disdain. Did they think this small divine faction was enough to face the might of the underworld forces? Beelzebub found it laughable. When he was about to remind this pitiful crowd of the horror of the demons, he sensed another assault from the opposite side. He turned just in time when 5 beams of different colors came at him. The runic shield reappeared to block these beams. This time he was a bit hasty in erecting the runic shield. The combined 5 beams were stronger than Syndrillis' attack. The runic shield stopped 4 beams, but one punched through. The red beam containing the fire element struck his head. He scowled, more out of annoyance than pain. He looked angrily at the perpetrator. Not far away was a huge wingless dragon with 5 heads. It was the Primordial Hydra. Around the Primordial Hydra were members of the cult of Phobos. Wuxia, Stra, and Korku led the cult. Pallas stared at the cult from the opposite side of the battlefield. He wanted nothing but to head over and pummel this bunch of villains, but he knew now was not the time. A bigger villain was before them, one that required them to cease their animosity for a while and fight together. Korku was returning Pallas' stare. Hee, I bet he is trying his best not to come here and pick a fight, she chuckled. He knows he can't afford that. These demons threatened everyone, including us, Stra said. Furthermore, our God has given us his blessing to join this fight. For fear, Wuxia said with his queer voice. We will show these demons the meaning of fear. For fear Euro, the members of the cult exclaimed. For courage Euro, the voice from the other side thundered back. They might be suspending their enmity for now, but that didn't mean they couldn't compete in glorifying their respective gods. The Council of Virtus advanced from the right, the cult of Phobos from the left, while the ancient champions were at the center. Seeing this, the remaining defenders on the wall also rushed forward to aid the push. The Forctus Lion, Primordial Hydra, Wuxia, and Agumon advanced to engage Beelzebub, while the rest fought the overwhelming demon army. During the commotion, Alfredo used telekinesis to pull the earth where Tetsuo was buried. The earth was held by magic. It took him a considerable amount of effort to peel the earth by a little, but it was enough. The created gap allowed Tetsuo to punch through and release himself. Meanwhile, Loron went and healed Syndrillis. He used a spell that could recover a wound. Since Syndrillis had too many wounds caused by the rock spears, Loron chose to cure her wing. She could now fly again. Thank you, she said. She flapped her wings and took to the sky. She was going to aid the others to fight Beelzebub.